Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday. Yes, Kazooie is getting a little impatient and crap. Hey, how you doing? It's Tuesday, and that means it's time for, more of what we were doing last Tuesday. That is to say, Super Banjo-Tooie is what I was originally calling it. Midway into the last week's stream, I said, maybe that's not obvious enough what that is. So the VOD and this stream is labeled Double Speed Banjo-Tooie because that's what it is. I'm using the Super Banjo cheat code to double my move speed. That is to say, me, Banjo, Kazooie, either one, solo style. Transformations? I'm not so sure. Are transformations double speed? I'm not 100% sure, honestly. But like the point is, as we're running around, swimming is not double speed. We learned that last week. There's not that much swimming going forward for what it's worth. We finished most, everything backtracking aside, Jolly Roger's Lagoon. Anyway, so we're continuing from last week. We got these cheat codes in effect. We are going fast and it's pretty fun. Last time we were able to use the double speed to circumvent the need for a couple of moves, which was pretty fun. As we are now getting into the late game where you basically have everything, I'm curious if there will be any sort of funny business left in the remaining half of the game, but we'll see. Tonight, we're going to go into Terrydactyland over there. We're going to go into Hailfire Peaks over there. And then we're going to go into a different area entirely. I also have Nest King turned on, by the way. And do Hailfire Peaks. Did I say Hailfire Peaks? I meant Grunty Industries is that way. Terrydactyland, Grunty Industries, Hailfire Peaks, in that order. And I reckon that'll be a stream's worth of Banjo-Tooie. Might be a shorter stream than last week since we only have 3 worlds on the table and no sort of the first time we had to deal with the prologue and the whole getting a jiggy from jingling and that whole nonsense. Thinking this week might be a little shorter, and then next week we'll do Cloud Cuckoo Land and all the backtracking, and then the finale, and I'm wondering if that'll be a long one or a short one. We'll see how that works out. But in any case, we got 2 streams left of this. We'll be going on vacation the week after this finishes, 2 weeks from now. So we gotta finish it in these next 2 weeks. We gotta finish it in this stream and the next one. That sums it up. You should finish it tonight. We're doing tonight and another stream, I reckon. Backtracking would take a bit. I will say, by the way, for Canary Mary and Cloud Cuckoo Land, I thought about it last week, and we determined, since we are cheating, we might as well cheat more, and I have acquired the means to do a turbo button on her, so that'll be very satisfying. We will just cheat her ass and beat her soundly without a whole lot of stress and worry, and that'll be really gratifying for me since I've never done that before. I've never cheated on her, and I've never cheated on her minigame bullshit, which has always been awful, and I always hated it, so this'll feel nice. One thing before we begin, just a little aside, I did get some custom keycaps for my mouse. I talked about this last week on the Friday stream, but I have this keyboard with Super Famicom type colors, and recently I got some fancy mice. Let me make myself bigger so this is more. Yeah, there we go. I got some fancy mouse with some keycaps on the top, and I figured can I 3D print some stuff like that? Got in touch with someone who would 3D print them for me, and they sent them along. And sure enough, now I got custom keycaps on my mouse business, my other mouse that I use at the couch currently. it was, you know, it's 3D printed, so I had to figure out how to sand down the surface so it'd be smooth to the touch, but I figured out how to do that. Turns out you need to use water or else you really fuck it up. I didn't know that. How are the eyes? Improving. I'm now down to 1 drop a day now. He's got me down to 1 drop a day, and that's good. Yeah. So, making good steady progress towards being like, you know, regular eyes. They did an eye pressure check and they said it was good the other day. The eyes are. Anyway, keyboard, mouse, really nice. Really liking this. It's almost too smooth now after wet sanding it. After like sanding it really vigorously. It's almost too smooth compared to like the original ones, which have a little bit more of a texture. I might like re-sand it to give it a little bit more roughness. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. I also might get more because I'd like to have 1 I bring into the office and 2 for home. So maybe get 1 more set of keyboard and mouse situation and ask nicely for more 3D printed keycaps. I think would be cool. I'm not sure what color of keycap or whatever, but you know, whatever. It's all fun. It's all good, and I'm pretty happy with my project, which I honestly didn't know if it would come together. It's a pretty good match, isn't it? Isn't it? Pretty good match between the mouse and the keyboard. Maybe the keyboard is a little darker, but it's barely. Let me put this down and let's begin. Yeah, with the eyes, I'll say, for recap, I had LASIK a few months ago and have been on the mend, slowly and surely recovering. Where they're at right now is that I can see decently. You know, I can read chat and do everything that I need to do, I guess. And I've had health checkups. I'm still on some amount of the steroid eye drops for recovery purposes. They sort of have to like level them out slowly to... The doctor said it's best to level those out because, you know, they're steroids, so you can't just cold turkey. You have to go from 4 drops to 2 drops to 1 drop. I'm at 1 drop now a day, so, you know, just have to do a few more weeks of 1 a day drops, and that should be it for those, and I'm pretty happy about that. I'm feeling good. Probably would have happened a bit earlier if I had not been on vacation 2 weeks ago and sick 1 week ago. I had to reschedule the appointment like 2 weeks more forward than perhaps they were, you know, originally planning. You know, they said like, come back in 3 weeks. I'll say, I'm out of town. Oh, 4 weeks. I'm sick 5 weeks then, you know. But, eyes are good. Feeling fine. Didn't you scratch your eye? I did. Dude had me take extra steroids for like a week to make up for that, to like recover from that. Yeah, that was pretty nasty. That day. That was months ago now. I feel like that was months ago. It was like a month and a half ago, at least. Jeez, time flies, huh? Let's get going. It's time for Banjo-Tooie in earnest. I'm going to get this, and then we're going to go into Terrydactyland. Again, we are starting with Terrydactyland tonight. We gotta get the Clockwork Kazooie egg before we go. Yeah, I did, like, one night, my eyes got really dry, and it got, like, all gunked up, and apparently I put a scratch in it. Really nasty day. One of the most painful things I've managed. Just like having to get into an Uber to go to the eye doctor at, you know, 10 a.m. or whatever. Just like, oh my god, it's not getting better. Something's really bad in there. I need to go to the doctor right now. Not a good thing. But anyway, let's get going. Terrydactyland, let's go. So, like I don't know if I said, but my intent here is to complete these levels as much as I can with the items and moves that I currently have access to. and all that. So, we're gonna get moves, we're gonna get jiggies, we're gonna get notes, we're gonna get Cheeto pages. Pretty much all as usual. Hey, you wanna see if I can make this jump? Oh, that was pointless. There's no point to being here. Wait a minute, what if... Thought this would be a nice place to be, but this actually has no point. Unless I can, like... Can I hit this switch from the side? Maybe with a grenade egg. Oh, crap, I put myself down as a result. Can I get away with not using the, thing? I'm genuinely curious. Also, by the way, Kazooie is now a dragon. It's quite nice. You know, we're quite, I don't know if I have the height for this. Yeah, no, unless I could do a really long, does that have a name, the duck foo jump? You know, where you go duck foo, that whole business. It's like a flip-flap jump. Flip-flap jump, that's it. I don't think we can do a flip-flap jump that long, unfortunately. Unless we can... 1 second. Tutorial for this business. Clockwork Kazooie is cool. I like Clockwork Kazooie a lot. It has the normal movement speed, I'm pretty sure. Are we high here? No, I don't think we are. I don't think we're higher than that side platform. Not enough to matter. That said, gotta get this this thingamajig over here. No, this is just eggs. We don't need eggs. We got lots. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna collect stuff and talk about crap. As per, usual. As per the, thing. I think I could shortcut that a little bit. Yeah, let's shortcut that. Usually you have to get the special shoes and, like, run on... Usually you have to run on water to get that one, but with the power of going twice as fast, we can just grab that. You might be able to make that with, like, a regular jump paired with some sort of flappy flap business. Which I realize now, it's not like the first game. You don't need to do, you can do, flappy flap out of a Talon trot. Which is not the case in the first game, so whenever you want to, like, add extra height in, Kazooie, you gotta do the rat-tat-tat. Sort of similar to how in, Bonanza, you might do a punch to extend your jump. That's, a game that I'm thinking about, as many people are, I'm sure. Are these faster? These might be faster, I'm not, 100% sure. The boot taking off animation is faster. Let's see, when do we want a Mumbo? We want a Mumbo after we have access to all the relevant places and revealed all the relevant pads. If I'm not mistaken, we do have to Mumbo twice. We do have to unlock something as big T-Rex and then turn it back to little T-Rex to, like, finish it. I'm not 100% the order on that, but I think that's a multi-stage, thing. This, by the way, this, plateau, fun fact, it is shaped like a penis. Everyone knows it. I don't... Do people know it? The penis-shaped, plateau over there? Look at it. Yeah? Yeah, it's totally a dong. It has even some balls on the upper levels. If you see it from above, it's even more clear. But yeah, that's just a wang. they got over there. And that has always been funny to people who have, you know, noticed over the last 20 years. A little bit of a glimpse of it over there. Oh, it's behind me now. Well, that's fun. That's good. Okay. That's all we see of it for now. That's fine. Let's think for a second. I think let's just continue exploring and doing stuff and making our way around. And I don't know how much thought we really need to put into all this. We can talk about something else. There's been some news in the world. At least news in current events, you know. Some stuff got released that was pretty cool. Let's do a card. Did y'all see Mario Paint was added to SNES Classics? That's right, that's the SNES Online for those keeping score. Hey, Game Boy, how you doing? Yeah, they added Mario Paint, which was sort of something that I had predicted, you know, with the Switch 2 with mouse support. I kind of thought that Mario Paint would be one of the premier examples of it. And honestly, let's go into this waterfall. I guess this isn't a waterfall cave. You already made a Mario drawing? Excellent. I haven't tried it out yet. You know, I haven't been busy, I guess. I've had other things going on. Though, like, you know, I've never played it and never had, like, a SNES mouse or anything of the sort, so I'm very curious about it, and I think that it's cool that they finally have a platform that can really replicate it properly. There's also a lot of, like, Mario Maker DNA in there, or Mario Maker has a lot of Mario Paint DNA, which is interesting. By the way, this is a great place to show off the double jump pack whack, which is phenomenal every time. Lets you just jump right out there without doing the slow climbing bits. And then you can learn the move and stuff. Always be double jump pack whacking. One of the best glitches? Is it a glitch? I still don't know if it's a glitch or if it was intended or whatever. One of the best in video games, I think. At least one of the best in 3D platformers. What other unintended movement techniques are big in 3D platformers? Like backwards long jumping? I like it more than that because it's so much easier to do and so much easier to discover. Wave dash, I'll give you that. That is a similar thing. Not the same genre, but a very similar, like, oh, there's just like a super cool movement thing. I think there's some examples of that where the developer knew. And honestly, I don't know if they knew. You think they must have done, because it's so easy to do. Everyone probably discovered it as a kid. Is there, like, official statements out on that somewhere? Like, oh yeah, we knew about it, we thought it was cool, so we left it in. Stuff like that? I wonder. Anyway, Mario Paint, great addition. You can use your Nintendo Switch 2 mouse, but also there's the, you can plug in a mouse onto the Nintendo Switch 1, so they even made it work for previous Nintendo Switches, which I think was really nice of them. I feel like they didn't have to do that, but you know, shit, they got it working technical-wise, where you can just plug in a mouse. Yeah, a supported mouse, you know, which just, I imagine, means all mouses. They needed to. They could have just made it a Switch 2 exclusive. I feel like no one would have said, they would have said like, yeah, no, Switch 2 is the mouse console. Makes me wonder if, like, mouse support will come to any, like, Switch 1 games, just because, like, yeah, it's possible to do that. But, I think it'd be silly for anything other than Mario Paint. I'll say, I was expecting a Mario Paint 2 to be in, like, you know, this year, let's say. But maybe they feel like, you know, just as a part of Mario Maker, that's enough Mario Paint. And also, it is a really weird thing where you just sort of draw? And you draw, you make music, you can do all sorts of stuff. I saw the video explaining all the things you can do. It's, I'm sure, very cool. How's the volume, by the way? When I'm firing eggs rapidly, am I still perfectly audible? If they release Mario Paint 2, you'll buy a Switch 2. If they release a Mario Maker 3, I bet, you know, I don't know you, Game Boy, but I imagine that would be just as much of a system seller for people who follow me and watch my Mario Maker content. You know, that's I imagine gonna be a big thing, and I gotta imagine they're gonna do it because fucking thing seems to be made for it. It's a match made in heaven, or at Nintendo rather. It feels like what the thing was built for, and I probably should have tried it out, but I haven't yet. I was definitely thinking for a minute there, like, oh, it'd be fun if I did a stream of it. I don't know. Is it, like, good enough to do a stream of? I honestly, I've never played it. I have Paint.net, but I'm pretty sure there's, like, kind of more to Mario Paint. You know, like, you do the music stuff, you can animate stuff. It's, honestly, it sounds pretty cool for, like, a, you know, it sounds a lot more powerful than, like, your comparable Paint equivalents. The only downside is, like, oh, well, you can't export or save or, do anything you would want to do to, like, preserve your, crap, or, you know, use it in some other sort of project. You know, you can't turn it around and go like, oh, these are my sprites for, a game maker game, which I did screw around with a bit back in the day. Do people still... Game Maker is still a thing, right? But I don't know if, like, kids these days still, you know, take a spin for it as their first Game Maker thing. For me, the first time I ever, like, did any sort of coding wasn't Game Maker, but that was, like, the second time I did any sort of coding before I knew it was, like, you know, before I took, like, a class for it and all that, and then it was, my major after that. But the first time I did any coding was on a graphing calculator, a TI 80-something, 90-something, I forget what the model number was at the time, but it was, like, early aughts, and I screwed around in, like, whatever programming language they got there, BASIC or whatever, I imagine. You know, I don't even know. It was like a proprietary thing, I feel like, where you just, like, you know, go to 10, go to this line, do this thing, you know, take this input, etc. It was kind of fun, like, messing around with that in class and, you know, learning how to do a couple of dumbass things that, in retrospect, you know, were just little puzzle-type things. The peak of my ambition was like, oh, I'm gonna try and make a little Zelda-type thing with all, like, little Zelda-type thing with, like, you know, you walk around, go room to room, you're a little O, you make a little sword come out that's a vertical line, you know, or a horizontal line, and, you know, never did figure out the way to control the pixels, you know, in the way that you could do back then. If you used, like, more advanced... You didn't do your coding on the calculator itself, I guess. A thing I was thinking about the other day, I need to be Kazooie, not Banjo. I'm the wrong solo, practitioner here. Thing I was remembering the other day, you can using the Switch capture button. Well, they did mention that you can use save states to record stuff. But, yes, there's a Discord. It's pretty good. It's, not very active, but if you want updates, channel updates, ideas of schedule stuff, that's the place to be. alerts about the streams. Perfect for that. What was I saying? I remember at the time, I, made a little, like, you know in Pokemon, right? Where it's like, you slide around in some of the gyms. You walk on ice and you slide until you hit a solid patch. I did a calculator game that was basically that, a puzzle game that was entirely that, and I, shared it with some classmates and stuff, and I remember very vividly, like, you know, a few days later, a, classmate, a girl, coming over and saying, like, hey, how do I delete this? Which, I think that's fair in retrospect, you know? Those sliding minigames are maybe, like, some of the worst stuff in Pokemon? I don't know why I felt like making a game version of that other than, like, yeah, it was the thing I could think of that was, you know, doable. Like, I could figure out how to do it pretty easily, and, not that hard. But, like, yeah, no, there's the foundational problem of, is it fun? No, it's not. And, that's, yeah, fair. That was a weird day, I guess. I feel like I, at the moment, was like, oh, awkward. You would like to show off art in the Discord? Absolutely. I feel like self-promo is where, like, stuff like that has gone in the past, or whatever I call it. You know, like the promotional place. God, I should have a better answer, but very little art gets posted, so, I don't know. Look in the description, see if it's clear, like, I'd say self-promo for now. Maybe we should put, self-promo and, like, art place. For sharing, like, more art and crap. And I could share some art as well, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, barely any art gets posted. There's been a couple people who have posted art. That'll probably change with you around. Interesting. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, maybe we'll do, that's an idea. Remind me tomorrow, maybe an art channel, question mark? Art creations, things of that nature, other than streaming and, video content. Oh, you do food as well? You know, a food channel would be good. I do like to cook, spaghetti, and in some other Discords I'm in, I always post my, my spaghetti. And it's always the same spaghetti. I could post my spaghetti to, like, things you've created that aren't, entertainment, strictly speaking, type channel. I think everyone enjoys showing their craft. Just in general, you know, regardless of the medium. It's a gratifying thing to do. This is harder when you're double speed, I think. When you're double speed, you know, this precise platforming you need to do. It's harder. Suffice to say. That said, the snot cannot hit me because I'm moving... It wouldn't do anyway, but I'm moving way too fast for the snot. Ugh. Another thought on the Mario Paint situation, or the Mario Paint news. You notice there's no Direct? Maybe there won't be. I saw Jeff Grubb after the Mario Paint announcement go, wait a minute, why isn't this in a Direct? And that makes you go, oh. That makes you go like, oh, there's not gonna be one. We're not, a week away from a Direct. We're probably like, a month away. Or it's a partner showcase. Either way, you know, don't expect, like, any more, you know... I guess let's cool it on speculation and proceed to not expect any more, like, major Nintendo reveals for a bit. last week I was predicting Zelda 99, and I still think something 99 is likely, you know, as like a game they can get out without necessarily it being a full thing. You know, that feels like a good, like, thing they can drop to really bolster this year. And I'd bet on it as well. Some sort of 99, but not now. Partner Direct makes sense, though, if that's the direction. With partners, there's so many of them that probably want to reveal that, hey, we're on Switch 2. How do you do? How about that? Oh, I can just use my infinite golden feathers to just, you know, beat the snots out of them. Beat the snotty buddies. I can even use it on this phase, I guess. It's a little bit unsporting, though. A little bit unsporting. Just a little bit unsporting. So long as we're having fun, I think it doesn't matter. Terry is not a real pterodactyl, and also, even if he was, we're gonna make good on him. We're gonna get back his eggs. We're gonna be nice to him in the coming time. Anyway, yeah, so probably no direct. I'm very curious when there will be a direct, and I'm very curious, like, if they have anything more to announce. You know, there are certainly some IPs where, yeah, they could definitely just show off, Fire Emblem at any point, for instance. There's always a Fire Emblem, like, 2 or 3 years out. It's been, like, 2 or 3 years since the last one, I think, right? It's been, like, 2 or 3 years, that was like Mirage or something. I didn't get that one. Did people like it? With the toothpaste hair. I remember that being the gimmick. That being the main pitch. Hopefully this next one is more like a Three Houses, where it like has a compelling premise. Compelling like hook. That sort of thing. We'll see. I mean, I hope it has this, I hope it has that. We don't even know if it exists yet, so why don't we just hold our fucking horses, I guess. Just a little bit unsporting. He'll be fine. We're gonna make good. How you want to do is you want to save the egg that's nearby for last, so for reasons, we're gonna have to like take it in nice and easy. With double speed, can I just... Die? No, that's not what I wanted to know. I wanted to know something else about the Stompadon plane, but we'll find that out in a minute, as soon as I get there without dying. I think we might be able to fall and die again. Third time's the charm. When you're running really fast, double speed, it's harder to walk in a straight line, avoid enemies. I don't know. I mean, this isn't a straight line. This is kind of like a crooked line. Difficult on the regular, on a regular day. There we go. Okay. Come on! There we go. Kill that guy. Okay, good. I was for a second wondering if it was gonna hit. Very good. Okay. Let's see if I can explain my thought process here. Typically, you need the ability to heal on Banjo to get through here. Can we do it with just regular ass double speed right now? If we can't, we'll do it in backtracking later on once we have all the abilities. But let's see if we can do Stompodon Plains with the double speed that Super Banjo gives us. Let's see if this saves us a return trip. If we get hit once, we will die, and we'll time it better. We need to time it better. And we will realize what we should time it better next time. Now if we get hit, we'll know it's not possible. I think it's possible. And just keep doing it. Just as soon as the foot comes up, I jump. There we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Hell, we might be able to. No, not quite. I was gonna say we might be able to take a shortcut with Kazooie, but there's not really a shortcut worth taking after the first one, I guess. Oh, fuck me. I forgot to get the switch as Banjo alone. Well, let me return Kazooie back to the start and switch back to Banjo, and then I'll bring Kazooie across. Or we'll Wonder Wing it. Okay. I'm not saving the time I wanted to save, but it's fine. Let's just take the Wonder Wing route. It'll be faster than doing it otherwise. Here we go. One extra trip here, but that's fine. I'm sure stomping on is fine. That's, again, not very sporting of me, but, who cares? I don't care. There we go. That's, one Jiggy, and there's another Jiggy through here. Excellent. And, yeah, it's saving us a little bit of backtracking. Not sure if you could do it otherwise, you know, using regular Banjo speed, things of that nature. I think you would have to come back with the snooze pack. I wonder, we can maybe also do the same in the place where you're supposed to sleep after getting crushed by crushers. But at that point we will have the move, so it'll be pointless. I think now let's go right of the start of the level and do things like the train station and anything else in the vicinity here. We need to do the Stegosauri. The Stegosaurus? Is Stegosaurus or Triceratops? I'm not sure. That's too low. Hey, fortunately we have infinite Clockwork Kazooie, so we can take all the shots that we want. It's good. Whee! Lots. Okay, here we go. Nope. Just get around back and blow them up. All go shape of the pair. That guy is a imposter. We need to call in the train. Call in the train. That's gonna get one of the dinosaurs here. I think they're stegosaurs or no, they're like triceratops, aren't they? With the frills and the stuff. Do they have the horns? I forget. Let's see as as the first one goes aplace. Little tired. I don't know. I slept real damn long on Sunday. Less long last night. But not bad on Monday. I slept like 10 hours on Sunday, and then I stayed in bed like an hour after waking up. That's just sort of how a Sunday goes, you know? It's a day for doing nothing. A very lazy day. And, you know, I enjoy that. Yeah, they're total Stegosauruses. Except they only have or Triceratops, except they have only the one horn, and the rest is frill. Stegosaur would be like, this is a Stegosaur, right? You know, I like dinosaurs a lot. I don't have, like, an encyclopedic knowledge of every single dinosaur that there is. You know, there's a lot of them. There's tons of them. I just sort of watch those videos and let it all go through me, you know, out in one side, out the other sort of deal. We need to, scare this guy to get him to, you know, let the Ugga Buggas out, or let the Ooga Boogas out. I forget which one they are. I think the Ugga Buggas, it's Ugga Buggas Cave where we get the idol, right? So those are the Ugga Buggas, and in there are the Ooga Boogas, right? Walking is hard. I don't need to go up here. Actually, yes, I do. I need to get the pear-shaped fella. There's a pear-shaped fella over here. Need to Clockwork Kazooie him. And then, yeah. That's about another card. I don't have that many tonight, but, no, got enough for a, you know, medium-length stream. Not expecting the stream to go super, super duper long, but, you know, we'll talk about stuff. And I think I'm remembering what it is. I went and saw Fantastic Four: First Steps. I will say, I thought Fantastic Four: First Steps was one of the most refreshing, you know, Marvel movies in a bit. I thought it was a lot of fun. I liked the Silver Age, like, you know, 60s type style to it a lot. It certainly was kind of a breath of fresh air compared to the last 10 years of Marvel, basically. And yeah, it's like a good time. I had no problems with it. Well, I had like minor problems with it, like, I don't know. I do think I disagree with some of the decisions that are made. And it is... I thought it was very curious, like, how much it is not a... you know, straightforward, oh, you know, you get some superheroes, you get some villains, the superhero kicks the villain's ass. It's like, no, in a lot of ways, it's a story about, you know, the Fantastic Four, or at least two of them, becoming parents. Like, that's... I don't know if that's, like, a spoiler. I don't know if that's, like, in trailers or nothing, but, like, it's kind of a little bit of a year in the life of the Fantastic Four, and a lot more of it is focused on, like, the domestic side than, like, strictly speaking, like, oh, you know, Big Mac Daddy is here, the big villain of this movie, and he's a big, scary guy, you know. It was good. I liked it. I don't remember... I don't think I have no idea if I saw the original Fantastic Four movies previously, like the original ones. But I thought this one, you know, sort of went in a slightly different direction. Didn't really emphasize, like, the origin story or, like, the, how they got the powers, or even, like, power usage in general. Like, very much the thing, you know... Mr. Fantastic is very much just like, yeah, I'm a scientist first and foremost, and second, I'll do some stretchy business, you know, if I need to reach out for something, but He's mostly just being a normal dude who happens to be the smartest guy on Earth. Perhaps more importantly than him being made out of rubber, and like his wife is, you know, also character first, ability second. Which I think is really refreshing. If I were to rate it as a movie, I would say like, yeah, it's really good. I'd probably say, I don't usually rate movies because I don't have a letterbox, and it would be probably too late for me to go back and re-review every movie I've ever seen for the sake of letterbox. If I had a letterbox, I'd want to do what I do for AnyList and backlogged, which I am, you know, with backlogged, I have not made any progress with that in like a month. So like a month or two, and before that it was like years. So like, you know, the last thing I need is another backlog to work on. But if I were to rate it, I'd say like a... I could see a 5 out of 5. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. It was an entertaining movie. It didn't bore me at all. It was reasonably well paced, and like I liked all the characters in it. Yeah, I'll give it a low 5 out of 5. You know, just barely making that cut. Not an all-time favorite, and like if I were to say like, you know, how does it stand as a Marvel movie? Mostly it gets by not feeling like a Marvel movie. Like that's the main reason I would recommend it. The main, like, thing it has in its corner. Let's go up there and do the Ugga Bugga. And then I think we're ready for Mumbo. I think we're ready for some Mumbo action. Should we do Little T-Rex first? I'm not sure if Little T-Rex unlocks anything that we can't already do as Big T-Rex. I think that's... I'm not sure that we need to be... I'm not sure we need to be Little T-Rex first or second. I feel like I always... It's like a two-trip thing. But in retrospect, I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe we can do small first. Is there any reason why Little T-Rex would need to go into the Ugga Bugga cave? There's not, right? So yeah, let's do Little T-Rex first. Fuck it. That's... just makes sense. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 or something like that. I'm way off, aren't I? I'll read the sign. Context, there's a sign that says long roars and short roars in succession. And you have to do it right. And we will do it right. I liked it. It was really good. It's fantastic for a Marvel movie, I'll say. It's not, it's really good as a movie in general, but especially good as a Marvel movie, if that makes sense. And I say as a Marvel movie, I mean as a movie you see if you're undergoing some sort of weird Marvel obligation. So talk to this guy and the Stegosaur, and it teaches us how to roar. Let's go roar. And yes, T-Rex is faster. Little T-Rex is double speed here. It's good. Right, so Little T-Rex needs to do the roar thing. It needs to do first off this Cheeto page. Then there's the roar, 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 roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar. 2 short roars, then a pair of the alternating the other 2. And then, the long 2. Lovely. Let's do it. Look how fast we go. This is nice. I feel like... I guess last time we transformed into a van, which is already pretty fast. It's not that one, it's this one. And we transformed into a plunger. And Submarine is a swimmer, so that one wouldn't benefit from the movement speed buff. Didn't transform all that often, I guess, because we were saving Stony for backtracking. Because we did it in this order, we can do this now. Roar, 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 roar. There we go. Is that it for baby T-Rex? That might be it for baby T-Rex. Trying to think if there's any other... No, nothing comes to mind. With all the different forms and like combinations of guys, even when you have like a unique one for a world, you do kind of run out of things to do with them, like pretty quick, I guess. You know, in the original Kazooie, every time there was a transformation, they could give it a bunch of stuff to do. This, it can be a little bit less pronounced, I guess. I think that's it for little T-Rex. I will say, obviously, this has multiple modes. We have the little T-Rex and the big T-Rex later, which is fun. I feel like big T-Rex was always like one of the transformations that was like you know, Mumbo like teased. You know, in the first game, like, oh, I'll turn you into a T-Rex, haha. Won't that be crazy? Won't that be a thing? And, you know, for the sequel, they actually did it, which is how you want to do these things. Sometimes. I mean, I guess nowadays, I'd say, like, yeah, if you're gonna put in a tease like that, just do the thing, you know, in the same game. I feel like, you know, like, the secret post-game areas in like, 3D platformers nowadays... A lot of 3D platformers, including like Bonanza and Odyssey, are multiple times like the size of this. For instance, like Odyssey is probably like double this game's size, even without counting that like each world has an order of magnitude more main collectibles. You know, it's a lot more pronounced. Where am I going with that? I don't know. Hey, here's the guy we're going for. Oh, that's not a good ooga booga for your last one. Fortunately, I know which hole to go in. Because I was paying attention. Also, we didn't have to do that much trial and error. It was the second hole. Just go in the second hole. You know, that's good life advice. I don't know. Is that good life advice? And the third hole got us a Jinjo. Go in the third hole as well. Well, what am I saying? Anyway, moving on. You go in whatever holes you please. You know, so long as, you know, it's all on the up and up, you know. You know what I mean. Y'all get it. You're cool. You're not, Anyway, that was kind of a... Way to, you know, sour the euphemism there, I guess. That's a little less fun to say. A less fun direction to take it in. Anyway, it's not important. How about another card? This one is follow-up. So, remember on Friday I was talking about how I saw the Jobs movie the documentary drama thing about Steve Jobs. Apparently that movie's not very good. I didn't look up like the reviews or anything before I watched it. And when I was watching it, I was just sort of half paying attention, just like, oh yeah, that's the story of Steve Jobs, huh? Okay. Anyway, I was like looking it up and looking up like other Steve Jobs documentaries or whatever, or dramas, docudramas, and then saw like, oh, this has like a 3 out of 10 on like you know, it's like a 30% rotten on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like, oh well, you know, I just thought it was fine, you know, just like, whatever. Just something to pass the time, and I guess I just wanted to say that because, like, I realized after and went like, huh, that's a weird thing to realize, like, oh, I just saw it on Amazon and went, movie, Steve Jobs, recommended to me, okay, whatever. And I assumed on some level, like, yeah, this is like a good one, this is like one that people would watch. I don't know, Amazon's recommending to me, so, like, why wouldn't it be? Turns out it wouldn't be. Anyway, I just wanted to follow up and say that if anyone was, like, wondering, like, why did you watch Jobs? It was because Amazon told me to, and, I didn't have any other things to watch at the time. No better ideas, you know? I guess that's, like, you know... Amazon is weird because Amazon, Netflix, all those, right? They don't put actual reviews or actual, like, Metacritic type stuff in their, like, information. Because I feel like if they did, all it would do is dissuade people from watching movies like that. They'd rather have their very rosy estimations of movies on there, you know? And maybe it's just a matter of like, well, you know, the Amazon crowd is just a lot less discerning, you know, just any Adam Sandler, any film pretty much on Amazon has somewhere between a 4 and a 5. And that's kind of the case on like Crunchyroll as well, when it comes to shows, right? On most ratings places, where it comes to ratings, it's kind of useless because they're all between a 4 and a 5, and if it's not, it's like, something's wrong here. You know, you just know, like, I don't know, like, what caused the review, the average to get this low, but something bad has happened here. Though, admittedly, sometimes what's bad is like, oh, there's a gay character in this film, which is like, oh, this is like even more useless of a thing, even more useless of a metric. But whatever. I thought Jobs was fine. I thought it was like a 3 out of 5 thing. If I'm thinking about it critically, yeah, no, I probably would say stuff like, oh yeah, it doesn't really have a strong central narrative. It's just like things that happened to Steve Jobs. You know, like, oh, he made the Macintosh, he made the Lisa, he had a daughter, and then later he kind of recognized his daughter, I guess. And it sort of like jumps around from these plot points, sort of half telling. I guess the thing that would probably is the reason it got a low score is because it does feel like it tells every story that it has, like half tells it before moving on to the next thing. And then it doesn't even get to like what you would be most interested in, or at least what I would be most interested in, which would be iPod, iPhone, iPad. Like, that's what I would want to see in a Steve Jobs documentary, I think. Like, it's cool that, like, he made Apple out of his garage or whatever. That is a cool thing that he did. But, like, if we're just talking things I want to see, I want to see the iPod get figured out. I want to see the iPhone, you know, get invented. And I want to see, like, whose right idea was it to invent the tablet space? I tried finding that other Steve Jobs movie, but then I saw some places where it actually wasn't as... It has a better Rotten Tomatoes, but apparently there's some other places where it's a little more negative, or a little just like on the same level. I don't know where some of the review averages I was seeing were coming from, but I was kind of dissuaded from watching it as well, out of curiosity. It also seems like it covers the same period as the other one does, so, you know, it sort of leaves off where I would want it to go. Oh, we need to do this, and then we need to do T-Rex big, parentheses big. It's a weird thing. Movies are weird, I guess. You know, how you discover them on these applications that aren't really that good at, like, you know, discovering things on, you know? They're all... The rating systems are broken as all hell, and perhaps even useless. Shades of useless. And, you know, discovery otherwise isn't much better. I don't know. I guess I'll say, like, as... I guess I'll say this of the Steve Jobs movie. You know what? I'll be a little bit more positive on it. I'll be the slightest bit positive on it, and I'll say I think it is a lot better than you ever see, like, on the Food Network or some shit, or the History Channel or some shit, where it's like, The Food What Made Us or something, and it's just like a reenactment of some guy in a brown room looking at like a chicken nugget and going like, I got it, chicken nuggets. You know, that shit is just so fucking corny. You know, I would much rather see a version of that where, you know, I understand the case of, like, Kellogg, who was kind of a prude and kind of a religious man, and probably wouldn't be, like, you know... I'd almost want more of the, like, version of that where they were like, fucking, we got these corn nuts, what are we gonna do with 500 fucking corn nuts? And then the other guy's like, I know, we'll put it in the batter, or whatever you do. I'm not a expert in food or culinary crap, for what it's worth. You know, I'd almost want, like, the version of it that makes it seem like these people are, like, you know, normal. These people were normal. I say normal as if I'm normal. I'm normal. Well, you know, normally foul. Like, you know, you watch, like, Wolf of Wall Street, things like that, right? Where it's like, yeah, that's basically how I believe that Wall Street is. I believe that the people at the top are fucking cursing and being, like, the crudest motherfuckers you've ever met. You know, I believe that behind closed doors, all them motherfuckers are, like, it's a boys' club, you know? Police, you know, like The Wire, that's my image of, like, reality. Of course, my version of reality that I live is wherein, like, you know, maybe it's different on, like, the levels that I exist on versus, like, up the chain, you know? Like, there is obviously a politeness, a workplace etiquette. I wonder if that's changed and just, like, 30 years ago everyone was just, you know, when my dad was a fella, everyone in business was just like, fucking this and fucking that, you know? And nowadays, we're very uptight, and a lot more you know, we have a lot more variety in our workplaces, which means that, as a result, HR, like, has to, you know, stop people from being crude, because in addition to being crude, they are also often, and, you know, at the time, probably were as well, kind of a little bit, problematic in other ways. as far as like sexism, racism, other sorts of inappropriate stuff goes. You know, I'll say like it would be cool in like 500 years or whatever. I don't know how long it takes for culture to change, but it'd be cool if eventually culture like, loosened up a little bit, I say that, and it does. I don't mean that in the way of like, oh, loosen up. It's time to get some sexism back in the office, and some like racism as well. No, I just mean like, there's nothing wrong with the word fuck. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit foul, This is a space that can be negotiated, that can be worked out, and I think that plenty of places have like figured out like how they can talk about this stuff without being racist and sexist and problematic, It's actually quite easy. I do it all the time. Do I manage it? I don't know. I think we can go somewhere between Wolf of Wall Street and, Office Space. I'll say, like, I don't even think people are that Office Spacey, even behind closed doors. Everyone's, like, a little bit mild-mannered. Maybe that's just, modern workplace. Maybe that's just, us peons, not at the top of the food chain, Maybe at the top of the food chain, it's succession up there, Fuck. God damn it. Been watching Succession. Nearly finished with season 3. Had a bit of a break since I was on vacation for a bit and we didn't watch any Succession whilst out of town, but continuing. I've been watching it for the first time with my folk. They've seen it before, I have not. Been alright. Been good. I liked the scene a lot where Roman accidentally sends a message to his father. That was a very funny thing to happen. I was quite amused by that turn of events. God damn. Like, they really... Yeah, there it is. Here it is. That chestnut. Wow, Roman. What an exchange, what a scene. I like that show. How'd we get from... Yeah, I was talking about, like, the food that made us. And that got us to, HR department and, like, work culture, safe for work type etiquette protocol, and had some thoughts on that, I guess. I don't know. I do think that that sort of not safe for work etiquette and protocol, like, falls apart the bigger the office is, and the more people there are. Like, the more people there are and the more that you don't know, the more informal things are gonna get, I guess. Unless you're like the top of the top brass, in which case you make the goddamn rules and you determine the goddamn tone of everything. We got the one on top of the thing under the boulder that you have to, like, grab up to, right? I feel like we did, but I can maybe check as I'm going out. We might have done... Yeah, I think we did. Yeah. I remember not exiting this way, though, so that's funny that I climbed all the way back and then Maybe I did that first before I hit the warp pad or something. I needed to double back for some reason. Doesn't matter. Where to next? I would like to do Stegosaur family. I would like to do the family now. Triceratops. What are they called? What is their cave called? When it enters the cave, it'll tell us. Styracosaurus. Styracosaurus? That's, what? Is that a real dinosaur species, or did they make it up for the game? This game has Stompodons in it, which is absolutely not a real thing. So, wouldn't surprise me if, Styracodon wasn't real. That said, it does sound too weird to be made up. You know, these aren't like Grumpodons or anything. These are Styracodon. Is that a real species, or is it made up? I don't know. Google Styracodon. It didn't really catch the spelling of it. Google Styracodon. Not raccoon, Styracodon. Define Styracodon. I know what a raccoon is, watch. It's different from a Styracodon. Define Styracodon. It really wants to tell me about raccoons. Define Stykrodon. That's not how you spell it. That was Styrodon. Define Styracodon. This is not it. It added a space, so it got different results. That's something you have to type with your fingers. That's not something you can dictate with your voice. Styracosaurus also. I got the name wrong. Define Styracosaurus. Oh, it's real. Styracosaurus, genus of herbivorous ceratopsian dinosaur. There we go. Okay. I had to get the name right before my watch recognized it. Fair. Okay, that was on me. Styracosaurus. Who's ever heard of that? That's a hell of a pull. Let's, we take the train now, or we could... Honestly, we could do it as part of the Grunty Industries, trip. We have to take the train to get to Grunty Industries. Fuck it, let's go. Let's do it right now. We're in the neighborhood. And then we'll do, Big Dinosaur. Then there's not that much left, other than the things that you have to do after Big Dinosaur. And we'll be on to, World 2. We'll be on to Grunty Industries, which is a great world that everyone loves. I'm fine with it, honestly. I you know it well enough where I'm not gonna get lost. I do think that, like, it has a very simple layout, you know? There's, like, 4 floors, plus the ceiling parts, the rooftop accessible parts. You just go through the 4 floors. You unlock the warp pads, and you then go back and do it as a washing machine as well. Not that complicated, I find. But also, I played this game for, you know, 20 years. I need a Globo, and I know where it is. 20 years. No, 25 years. 25 years this November. Jeez, that's, a long time, huh? Long time. How about another card? While I'm just, walking back out here. I feel like I've used up most of the cards. Maybe I should have, made more for today. But I didn't, and that's fine. I can improvise and just talk about whatever. That's what I can do when I'm out of cards. Cliff top. Cliff top. There we go. I'm looking forward to the iPhone 17, I think. This is something I've been... Oh, hey, it lets out here, so this is actually perfect. Something I've been talking about the last couple streams and thinking about whether I want to wait. If I want to get the iPhone 17 or wait for the rumored, like, iPhone that folds. And I think where I'm at right now is I want to... iPhone that folds. Did I say iPad? iPhone. Where I'm at right now is I think I want to just go ahead and get the iPhone 17. I'm on an iPhone 14, and the battery life on it is pretty, hooey, and I don't think I can wait another year to get an update. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna go in. I have thought about, you know, the folding screen does sound very appealing. Does sound very, like, useful. Though, at the same time, like, if I'm thinking about it, right, as a media player, it'd be better if the unfolded part was, like, 16 by 9, rather than a little bit more square, which really doesn't get it that much more real estate than the original iPhone. Not very much more real estate, really. So, like, I've been thinking about it and just going like, does this actually help that much? Does this actually make that much of a difference? And, those sorts of doubts are, you know, making me feel like, yeah, let's just go with the surefire bet of the iPhone 17, and then, like, in a year, maybe I'll get the super duper 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 iPhone folder thing if it's like, you know, got incredible innovations that are, you know, above and beyond, like, oh, it's just an Android folding phone, but, you know, certainly it sounds like they've figured out, like, you know, there's been rumors of, like, oh, you know, they got, like, a liquid metal and all that, or liquid glass, or whatever it is, in the hinge, so it has no, no thing, but definitely wondering about the ratio of screen size to thing. I'm wondering, like, how much can you really, like, multitask with it? Like, I guess that would be the big game changer, right? Like, if that just enables you to do more doing two things at once on your iPhone, that might be pretty decisive. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it yet. But also, it is the most exciting thing that's happened to iPhone since Dynamic Island and the iPhone X, which this is iPhone 17 this year. So yeah, that was like 8 years ago. Wow, it's been 8 years since the iPhone was exciting. Wow, is that true? No, it's been 7 years. 6 or 7 years. I guess it's been 7 years, and by the time the Fold comes out, it will have been 8 years. Wow, that's too many years between exciting things, but whatever, it's fine. I'll say also, like, there's been leaks about the colors that are rumored to be, like, you know, every time there's new iPhones, the new Pros have, like, different colors on them, and rumor has it that there's, like, a dark blue and an orange, I guess, is the gimmick. I'll say, I do like orange a good deal. It's one of my favorite colors. I don't wear it or have it represented as part of my brand or at all, but I like the color orange a good deal, so, like, I think I'll pick up that very gaudy orange phone. Or maybe you know, well, I'll have to see it before I make a decision, but I could see going with a bright and gaudy orange phone and having a good time with that. You know, hopefully, like, better battery life, better, the camera button sounds alright. I don't know what else they're doing on iPhone 17. All I know is that 17 is my lucky number, because I was born on a 17th. And also, you know, I'm due, because my phone is 3 years old now, and the battery really has suffered. It also does have some cracks in it, you know, in the back or whatever. Just some minor cracking though, none on the front. Are we like beyond that now? Are the new iPhones like strong enough where it's like, no, buddy, don't even worry. Like, we've got this shit figured out. It won't crack. If it does crack, it'll be the back, and it's not gonna be like, you know, you can't use it cracked. It's just gonna be a little bit ugly cracked. I don't know. Yay, we did it. One Jiggy is all we get from her. That's fair. That's fair. A lot of Jiggies in this game tend to have like 2 or 3 steps at this point in the game. Like, and even steps that have multiple steps in them just to begin with, right? Like, if you count all the intermediate steps, something like a 5-step Jiggy is probably not all that uncommon, right? Like, a Jiggy with the steps of like, okay, you turn into T-Rex, you scare off this guy, and then you go and you give them fire and food. And then the food requires some sort of special... It's not as easy as it sounds. You have to get it from somewhere, and that requires claw clamber boots. You know, like, just a lot of Jiggies that have like 4 or 5 steps. Anyway, it's big dino time. Let's go. It's time to be the daddy T-Rex. Alright, so with Daddy T-Rex, you know, as cool as Daddy T-Rex is, I don't think there's that much you actually do as a Daddy T-Rex. Like, you can run in muck, you can, there's no one Jiggy that is entirely gotten by Daddy T-Rex. In fact, Daddy T-Rex just does the following. Daddy T-Rex comes over here and roars at this guy. That scares him off. That's step 1 of Daddy T-Rex. Step 2, Daddy T-Rex step on that switch by the Wumba and gets and gets a Jinjo, basically. And that's it for Daddy T-Rex. Daddy T-Rex is done after this. Daddy T-Rex is actually, like, a monumentally small part of the game. Come to think of it. I probably ran around as a Daddy T-Rex more than I actually needed to as a kid, because, like, who wouldn't want to be Daddy T-Rex? But, this time, that's it. Oh, and I guess because we had double speed, that was twice as much, that was half as much Daddy T-Rex time as you typically would get, actually. Because we were moving twice as fast, we got to the Ooga Boogie cave twice as fast as we would do vanilla style. But yeah, that's it. Anyway. We're almost done with everything we can do now. Let me think. Let's do this jiggy with the Ugga Buggas. Well, actually, no. We can't do the jiggy with the Ugga Buggas yet. That'll be a backtracking thing because we need food, and for that we need claw clamber boots. But we can't give them fire, and we can't hatch the egg. And we will... I was about to say, can we not hatch the egg? Does it require, like, Kazooie's spring jump move? But I'm pretty sure there's like a jump pad on the ground to get you up to the egg. Pretty sure we're just about done with this world. Let's go. I know, you need food. Can't get that for you yet. We'll deal with these guys next week. Again, we're gonna save all backtracking for the final stream. That'll be the last thing that we do. And I think we will shoot for 100%. I'm probably missing some of the Cheeto pages. And maybe even some of the, yeah, there's totally one of these next to the thing. Maybe even some of the, I might be missing some of the empty honeycombs as well. We'll sort that out next time, and we'll grab a FAQ just to, like, you know, if I forget where to find any that I've missed, I'll look it up. I'm sure it's not that difficult, you know. You look in every corner that you do, and you should find them. Okay, let's look at the totals real fast and just confirm. We got 7. What are the 2 missing ones? Ugga Bugga. There's Ugga Bugga, and then there's the Necky. And we also haven't gotten the, we're missing one of the notes. The note cleft, perhaps, or 4 of the notes, maybe, also, for what it's worth. How did we miss that many notes? And we got the honeycomb, right? It's not like a... Not sure where we missed that many notes. I wonder. We'll save any sort of, like, last-minute hunt to last minutes. And, no. Finish off here and come back next week. The backtracking portion of the stream, I'm wondering, like, is that gonna be a long bit or a short bit, relative to just, like, first visits? I'm thinking it'll be, like, easy enough to fit into a single stream. And if it goes long, it goes long. There's not, like, a cleft note behind one of these things, is there? No, we got both of the things that were behind things. Trying to think. Where... Oh, we didn't get the Jinjo in the cave over here, did we? Oh, we could have used the Clockwork Kazooie to get this motherfucker. Also, we did get him. Okay, good. Still, could have used a... There's not like a note thing over here, is there? Could have used the Clockwork Kazooie. That would be an efficient use of Clockwork Kazooie. I say let's fly up this cave. That'll be a good way to go, and also we can check and see if there's anything in the cave that we missed. You know, as far as notes and stuff goes. No, doesn't appear to be. Fly up. No additional notes over here. Very good. Well then. With this, I guess there's no shock spring jump thing here, so to get Kazooie up, you know, it's easiest if you have the moves from Grunty Industries, but just fly. You want to save this one for last because the most near to Terry. This is a little bit cruel. It's only a joke, but you know, Kazooie just immediately clocks that as like, that's not that ain't right. Even if even Kazooie goes like, man, I think you're going too far, Terry. It's not fun to joke about killing your offspring. No, that's right over the line. You know, when even Kazooie is like, that's a little harsh. Come on now, let's get serious here. You know, you probably went a little too far. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. Where'd I miss a note? Where'd I miss 20 notes? It's funny, after this Jiggy, which is mostly playing as Kazooie, you collected as Banjo because, you know, he delivers the last of the eggs. Could have easily been just one where, Terry talks to you in dialogue and says, like, hey, what's up? They gotta... I do feel like in this game, in this series, they do feel as though, and maybe this is correct, honestly, so maybe they're not wrong. They do act as though we gotta fit in every move into the progression. We gotta find a place where you have to use every move in the game. With the possible exception of, like, moves from the previous game, which, you know, are just kind of irrelevant, combat aside, I guess. Like, there's no point... Well, actually, there are switches, aren't there? Let me backtrack this way and see if we can't... See if we don't pass, like, a note cleft or something. But I think we're done here. Was this... Did we go over here? Yeah, I guess we did. Really not sure where the note cleft is. If it is the note cleft that we didn't get. Let's... move on. I think Grunty Industries might need to be opened. Let's, we finished Terrydactyland now. Pretty much. Everything backtracking aside. Let's go unlock some worlds. Probably get the last 2, if not 3 worlds unlocked with how many Jiggies we have so far. Yeah, we have like 50. It's asking for like 30. Odds are good we can do at least 2 unlocks, and that'll be all the Jiggy Wiggy we need to see tonight. Very good. Puzzles are hard. Oh. Come on. There we go. Look at what's on the puzzle piece and then put it in. I wonder if they ever thought about, you know, having each piece be, like, differently shaped. So it's not just based on the image, whether it goes in or not. But instead based around, like, oh, you know, the pieces fit together. I do think that's a better, you know, a big part of a real-life puzzle. is both parts, you know, both the image matching and also the piece itself fitting physically or not. You know, if I were to say, like, yeah, no, this doesn't really capture the appeal of solving a jigsaw puzzle, but also, it doesn't matter. I don't really love jigsaw puzzles. Well, I think they're okay, but, I haven't solved one or did one in, like, between 10 and 20 years. Yeah. I've definitely never owned my own jigsaw puzzle as an adult. I have seen a couple jigsaw puzzles in recent times, like, you know, oh, you know, it's a break area at work. Here, there's a jigsaw puzzle people can work on in their, when they're on a break or whatever, you know? Or, while I was at the shore, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, one of the houses had a jigsaw, apparently, that they did. It's fine, it's just not really my, hobby. I like, twisty puzzles more. Oh, I have enough for the next... I should... Right, we should do that. Might be able to do the next 2. I mean, it's asking for 36. We have 11 more than that. I'll bet it asks for 45 to unlock the finale, which... Or at least to unlock Cloud Cuckoo Land, and then the finale is probably going to be at, like, 60 or something. 60-something. And then I believe it's, like, 70 to get into Gruntilda. When this game came out on, N64 Online, now called N64 Classics, I played through it off-stream. And I decided for that playthrough to do a goofy thing where I didn't visit Wumba as much as possible and tried to see how far I could get. And it turns out, if you don't visit Wumba, you can get to basically just right near the end of the game. You can get pretty much just shy of you can get like 69, 68 jiggies or something, depending on how many Jinjo families you randomly can complete. There's going to be a couple that you can't complete for sure, but sort of up in the air whether, like, oh, like, what if all the missing Jinjos that you can't get are in a single family? Then you could get more, right? But as far as I can tell, RNG manipulation aside, some amount of, like, secret information aside, you need Wumba to beat the game. Without, like, opening doors using cheat codes or things of that nature. But it was a fun way to play the game, and, you know, I enjoyed it. It's fun to play games that you've replayed many, many times. Hey, one more here. It's fun to replay games in different ways. You know, ones that you've worn to death, ones that you've played to death. It makes sense to change it up, do something different. I'd recommend it, you know? Yay. Excited for the Universal trip I'm taking in basically just a little under 2 weeks now. Next stream, you know. It's a 3-week gap between the last vacation and this next one. And it's kind of funny because that feels like, you know, when you look at it on paper, it feels like a lot of time. But then, you know, you spend a week, the first week back working, you know, and you talk about that vacation on the first stream back a week later. And then you're like, oh, it's now, because it's been a whole week, it's 2 weeks to the next one. And on Friday, when there's the next stream, it'll be just a week away. I'll be packing you know, I'll be packing next weekend. Well, you know, I'll be leaving on like a Sunday, so I do have like a whole week and then Saturday to pack. But I tend to be pretty like I pack early, packed often, you know. So I'll probably like get that all figured out, like what I'm bringing and stuff. I didn't unpack some of the stuff from the the New Jersey family reunion type trip. So we'll be able to just like stick some of those stuff like back into the various bags, and that'll be nice. Some other stuff though, we'll have to think about, and you know, I don't think it makes sense to bring the same shirts to one vacation and the next one. You know, you use different shirts on one vacation and the next one. Want to mix it up a little bit. I have so many shirts and stuff. Only makes sense. Grunty Industries is next. We need to go to Wasteland, and then Grunty Industries will be one where we need to do a thing before we actually get in good and proper, but never to fear, it's quite straightforward. Looking forward to that trip. It's gonna be a fun time. I'll say when I get back, the viewer level stream will be on Tuesday, so that I can regale everyone with my Epic Universe, you know, impressions. And also I'll go to Disney and I guess I'll ride Test a Track or whatever, the new Test Track version and crap. We'll do it. I'm doing a day of Disney at the end with my cousins, because they live there in Orlando. It's gonna be fun. Grunty Industries. That's the world. We'll have to get in the front door first, and to do that, all you do is you come over here and you activate the train, and then you know, you take the train. This is sort of an introduction to Grunty Industries. Grunty Industries proper really starts in like, oh, I don't know. How long do you think it takes to go get a train and enter the premises regular style? I can't do anything different, right? Like, I don't know, enter in through the top window using my super speed. No way, I can't jump that far. And I don't even know if it's open without you beak bombing it. Or beak blasting it. Beak bomb? Bleak? I forget, you know, doing the mid-air B move. Bill Drill. I think it's a beak bomb is the mid-air one, and then Beak Blaster, Beak Buster is the Z move in the air. Lift up, take the train. I'll have to summon the train. It'll take a minute. How about another card? Oh, we're just talking. I'm done with targets. Yeah, this is just a small thing, and just sort of a thing I've been thinking about recently a little bit. Well, I think I'm done with Target, just in general. You know, Target has been through a rough time recently with just like, you know, basically being on the wrong or the right side of any given debate for its time, and basically pissing off everyone in turn. Right? Like, there was a time where they're, like, you know, obligatory LGBT stuff, which is, you know, not them being particularly woke, just them having something they think might sell, really. It's corporate in nature, not really, like, something they get points for, obviously. That pissed off some of the right, for dumbass reasons. And more recently, they rolled back their DEI programs, which, you know, pissed everyone else off, basically. And did very little to re-earn them, like, the respect of, the left, or, you know, or the right. DEI and EDI would be the right. They didn't get, like, a bunch of conservative people back in there, you know. And I'll say, for my part, I don't go there often. These days, I've been going to HEB more, which is a cleaner store, a bigger store. It's a Texas-specific chain, so like you know, has stuff that you can't get at Target, a bigger selection in general, as well as like better house brands, better like local. You know, it has like the generic brand stuff. But since their, like, big brand is like, oh, we're Texas-based, we got Texas stuff. All their local brands are like, yeah, it's local stuff, you know, from Texas. And it's like, oh, you know, it's quality stuff. It's quality made. You can't go wrong with it. Good goddamn store. The first time I went to HEB, I was just kind of gobstruck a little bit in a way that, like, in retrospect feels a little silly. It's just a food store that has like a pre-made section and like a sushi bar and a barbecue restaurant. These are not so different from the things Walmart has up front. They're just like you know, I'd never seen them before at a food store, at a grocery store, and I've been having a good time just shopping there in the meantime. But I'll tell you why Target is currently closer is one reason I was still going to Target on occasion. Another is that I had, hate those guys with the sirens and the, hate them. Hate the grunt butts. The grunt nuts, whatever the fuck they're called. Dumb nuts. Sometimes I go because they have the pharmacy there, and I've gotten my prescription sent there since time immemorial. You know, since I was living on my own, pretty much. And last time I was there, I got a cart, and it started to, like, as I was pushing it along, started to, like, rattle all uncontrollably, and I said, hang on, and I went back and I put it back. I grabbed another cart. It also rattled, and at which point I said, like, oh, it's probably the ground. It was probably just some uneven ground or something. Nope, it rattled, like, the entire time I was there, just like, and I was just getting, you know, actually heated, actually mad, actually just like, fuck this fucking cart! I want to fucking throw it out a window. Except we're on the first story floor, you know? I had that sort of feeling towards this fucking abominable cart. And I'll say the obvious, right? Which is, when it comes to Target, I feel like the whole brand of Target is like... If you ask me, like, what is the appeal of Target? The appeal of Target is like, we're like Walmart, but our carts are good. Our lanes are, like, slightly separated, you know? You don't feel like you're slumming it while you're at Target. And as I rolled across this cart that was just constantly vibrating, all I could think is, like, if I wanted a shit-ass cart, I would shop at Walmart, where you could at least get a discount on account of the carts being cheap as fuck. And rattly, rusty, shitty things. You know? Like, that's the whole contract that Target has. If you're not gonna be better than Walmart, what the fuck is the point of you? Get the fuck out of here. Close. And I honestly, now, coming out of that, I'm just sitting here going like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can send my prescriptions to HEB. It's a little bit farther right now, but fuck it, man. It's a better store to have to go to. The only thing they don't have is Dreyer's mint chocolate chip. Or Dreyer's? I forget which one it is. I don't know why they don't have that, though, because it's the best flavor of Dreyer's or Breyers, or whichever one it is. This is the claw clamber. We can get this as combo. More falls, walk up walls. That's how it's done. Up you run. That's not bad. Not bad rhymes. Anyway, where I'm at with that is just... I am going to focus on HEB. I am going to shop at HEB from now on. And like, you know, maybe eventually HEB will open more locations. All the locations that they have now basically opened in the last 2 years. So like, they are a chain on the rise, you know, especially in the DFW area. And Target, you know, hopefully, like, this location that they have, maybe it'll close, and then it can become an HEB. Wouldn't that be nice if it was an HEB instead of a Target? I would like that a lot. Or hell, I am going to be looking to move a little bit in the future, but just move closer to an HEB. You know, that's, well possible. That's seems like a thing that'll happen, you know? If I could be a shorter drive from an HEB, you know, I wouldn't mind that. That's a thought, a priority I might go in with to this whole, like, shopping for a house thing. I don't know, is that a bad idea? It's probably a little silly, but, what isn't a little silly? A lot of things aren't silly. I don't know where I'm going with that. Okay, now we can sleep. We already cheesed, like, one of the jiggies that uses the sleep gimmick. And we probably can cheese the other one as well, but it is good just to be able to heal, you know, when you take some damage and all that. Now, typically what you would do here is you would raise the water and then pack shack across. Question. Can we just do this? Not even close. It's not even a little bit. And that's a... Can I slide off the edge? Okay, hang on. Can I slide off the edge? No, as soon as I fall off the edge, I'm cooked. I'm done. Also, it kills my momentum, so I can't quite get there. It's close. It's close to getting to the ladder, but not quite cheesable, which is fine. We'll get it while backtracking next time. That's fine. Main quest here will be to make the loop around. Make the loop around the premises. The loop. It's not really a loop. It's a path routes. But anyway, we have to slowly advance upwards, and also we have to unclog this toilet. Here we go. Here we go. I feel sorry for Kazooie there. Yep, I'll take that. Is that 12 total or 12 that we haven't spent yet? I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. I think we might have spent one already, or gotten one of the legitimate cheats already. Can we get up there and do You need to be solo Banjo to do that one, right? Yes, I think you need to be solo Banjo. We can't do it though. Just need to be solo Banjo. Anything else we should do right now, right here, down here style? Get those notes. Just use this to get it. Get them. Get those notes. Get that jiggy up there. Other than that, it's stuff that will need transformation and stuff to get. So we can just hold it for later. By going here, you skip a little bit of the trash compactor stuff. I always go this way though. It's faster. Just go through one less crusher. Yeah, I can, I believe, jump over it. In fact, I'm not even gonna sleep jumping back over. So I better not fuck this up and land badly, which I did. But we can die now and return to our pad, and that'll be faster than, you know, walking. I like the gap. There's a big difference between the inside and the outside music. You know, like, I think this is one of the more effective, you know, levels as far as, like, the two variants both work. But they're also going for very different things with completely different instrumentation and all that. I don't know that much about music. I don't know, like, why this works. It sort of has an electric feel to it, I guess. Like, it sounds like buzzers and things of that nature. Which, to me, works a lot for indoors. The outside, with the tuba, really works as well, in its own way. Okay. Now then, I'm gonna ignore these bastards. I hate activating them, but when you kill one of the camera guys, they're only gone for like a minute. They can just fuck right off. Don't have to pay attention to them. And, yeah. They're not really gonna get in the way, I guess. It always was something that, like, whenever I were to set those guys off, it just would put me on edge a little bit. Made me go, oh, god damn it, I hate setting those guys off, even if it is, like, very unimportant. You know, it doesn't matter if you set them off or not. I'm pretty sure you can make this jump, even in vanilla, with vanilla speed, but we can extra make it with super speed. Now we have leg spring. We can get that that Jinjo, and you know, it's funny. Kazooie takes a while to get started up. Started up, is that the right word? Kazooie takes a while before she's like up to speed in this game. You know, it's basically not until next world that we get Glide, and then, you know, with the introduction of Glide, Kazooie goes from like, yeah, it's kind of awkward to move around with her, and with the duck jump, she can now jump really high, and that means she can get places where, you know, Banjo and Kazooie already could, pretty much, and maybe like a couple other places in between, now and again, but mostly she can get where Banjo and Kazooie could go together. And once she has glide, it's like, okay, well now she's kind of powerful. You know, now kind of you can go multiple places. It's cool. Is the mini game or is this one of the elevator shafts? Forget which one this is, but we'll get it unlocked and then carry on. Ugh. I should get more sleep on a day-to-day basis. Try to do that up until the Orlando trip, which will be, you know, a lot of early mornings, considering I am going to be want to be in the park at, like, opening, and then I'll, like, you know, at least on the days where I'm going to Epic Universe, I'll want to be there until closing. I probably won't want to hoof it back to the hotel to take, like, a nap or something midday, but, you know, I do reserve the right to do that. It's not a bad idea, you know, honestly. Hell, it's not a bad idea to just spend some time, I guess, out by the pool, I guess. Whenever I've wanted a break at a theme park, I've always gone with the bed. You know, the beds that they got there, you know, like just taking a little bit of sleep. A little bit of extra sleep. I guess, you know, you could do that outside for that, like, tropical vacation type feel. You know, the pools they have at these resorts tend to be like that sort of style. Or, you know, the alternative is they got, like, chairs at the water park. Sit on a chair. I don't know. I tend to be more active when I'm at the parks themselves, you know? I like to actually do theme stuff. It's a shame that, like, waiting in line, it very rarely is like a break, you know? You have to be standing for the whole, for like, the line, basically. And with the exception of, Jimmy Fallon's, ride, which has a seating area, which, honestly, if it's not busy, they won't even be using, so, you know, you'll just go in and it's a walk on, and you'll walk on. You might even not even apply. I don't really have any strong opinions about, like, rides that are closing. And I tend to, like, be fans of all the rides to some degree, such that, like, yeah, no, when they eventually close Jimmy Kimmel, what the fuck? I forget which one is the host of the Tonight Show. Jimmy is it Fallon? Whatever. When they close that ride, I'll kind of be sad because I think it is genuinely a great screen ride. You know, like, that's, I think, better than Soarin' and the Star Tours. I guess I do have opinions. It's just that, you know, my opinion is that Universal's better. Mind you, I'll ride some of that crap again while I'm at Disney. I need to figure out if I'm getting Genius Plus. I need to figure that out soon, maybe. Start a group chat with the cousins. That's like, that'll be at the end of the week, so I guess I'll have like the whole week to plan that out a little bit. You know, whilst waiting in lines and stuff. Really excited to, like, wait in lines with my, you know, my Retroid Pocket Flip 2. That's gonna be really nice for passing the time in a line, being able to play basically whatever game, you know, any game that runs on the damn thing. That is a good thing. I wish, random aside about the Retroid, it's a fantastic device, and it does, like, you know, as far as, like, anything south of PS2, it can do it, like, pretty much no problem, mostly no problem. in a way that's pretty cool and good. I will say I wish that it had Xbox 360 support. And, you know, probably low-key isn't really powerful enough for that sort of emulation for what it's worth. But, like, man, when they come out with a pocket flip and that is powerful enough, and provided there's been, like, movements on the Android emulation scene, that's gonna be a hell of a compelling thing. Alternatively, if it has to be like a Linux or a Windows handheld, if they can get that into the form factor of a, like, you know, 3DS sized device, a 3DS XL sized device, that'd be killer. That'd be so good. I hope they're seriously, you know, I hope that's in their ambitions, you know. I feel like the Retroid Pocket Flip is good enough where, like, you can go like, okay, well, you know what, we got all the retro consoles figured out, but, like, roll up those sleeves and keep going. You get the 360 and Xbox Live Arcade on there. I say, and then I realize, like, well, you know, to be fair to the handheld developers, none of that is in their power. You know, they don't write the emulators, they just, you know, profit off them. They don't write the emulators, they don't create the emulators. Those are just spontaneously come into existence somehow. I hope that Xbox 360 does that as well. Man, if there was like a handheld Xbox 360 and, like, you know, you could get all your Xbox Live Arcade games that you legitimately got and backed up onto it in a legal fashion, man, that'd be so good. And you know what, I probably would legally go and acquire and back up a bunch more Xbox Live Arcade games, because, you know, there's a lot of them where I played the demo and said, like, oh, you know, I'm like a 17-year-old penniless high schooler. I can't afford this. I can't afford to buy this $10 game. What do you think I'm made of? Money? And now I'm made of money, so, like, you know, like, yeah, no, I could fuck around with Castle Crashers, sure. I have Braid on the PC. I could get that on the I wouldn't mind that on a Retroid as well. I think some of those might be Android games, like, independently, and if they're already Android games, you could play it on there. Also, there are emulators that do work somewhat, provided the games are lightweight enough, you know, for, like, Switch and Wii U. But I don't know if those really run good, and also, like, yeah, no, I'm more interested in random weird games from the 360 era no one remembers, you know, than, like, the stuff that, you know, even made it to the Wii U. Which, everything good on the Wii U is already on the Switch, and everything good on the Switch I already bought. Because it was a very, you know, I don't, there's not that much more I need for the Switch. I haven't bothered with Switch emulation. I feel like it is a, not worth the, trouble, not worth the, like, scrutiny. I feel like Nintendo's not very hot on it either. And, fair. That's fair. Say I would only emulate Switch in specific cases where, like, I want to do, like, a modded version of a game, or a randomizer. And in those cases, like, yeah, no, I'm playing games that I bought already. So it should be fine, cool, and whatever. Like, you got, there's no problem here, officer, you know, there's no issue. Talking about games I love and played the hell out of on original software, original hardware. I don't think there's a randomizer that I would get that isn't for a game I haven't already played and owned and whole nine. Switch aside, even. I still got, like, 1 or 2 cards. let's see if this is the last one. It is. I've been playing DK Bonanza, pretty much just Bonanza. Though, amendment to that, I have also been playing Parappa the Rappa 2 for the first time. I'm at the final level of that. It's easier than the other Parappas, which I feel like are impossible for my dumb ass. But this one, Parappa 2, seems a lot more generous. It also shows you, like, how far off you are. And also, there's definitely times where it's like, I'm mashing. I am just, like, getting way behind, like, the song and just honestly putting them in the wrong order as well, and still giving me points for it, so, you know. Did I get the warp pad? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Let's go outside and fly to the roof, and then, what's the order of operations here? We want to activate Wumba. I think with Wumba and Mumbo, you will have to switch back and forth a bunch of times, regardless of what you do. So there's really no making it terribly, terribly efficient. So we'll do it, like, whenever. Maybe after we do some outside stuff. See, that inside portion's not that bad. I don't know, like, how long we were in there. But, like, it's pretty straightforward. You just kind of go to the next area that you can do. There's always one way forward. And it's kind of at the end of the series of rooms that you start in. That was awkwardly phrased, but whatever. The audio's good, right? Audio's fine. Little loud. Take it down a scotch. I might adjust that on the VOD. I have been outputting things to channels so that I can, like, adjust manually and could adjust. I thought it was at 12 last week, but maybe it was a little bit lower than that. I mean, it's fine, but I could be... This is good. This is good. I think this is a slightly better balance. I remembered it was either 12 or 14. Maybe it was 14 last week. It was 12 for a while this stream. Maybe that's marginal enough it doesn't make that much of a difference. Maybe it's, whatever. Hey, let's just play the thing and relax. And, I'll look at it after the fact and go like, is it fine? It's probably fine. Honestly, it's probably fine. Unless it's way out of whack. It's a little bit of a bother to, correct it after the fact. No, I'd have to, like, re-export it. Honestly, I haven't, like, tested out the process of messing with audio levels and stuff after... Is there a word for that, like post-facto or something, after the fact? Isn't that something that's like a Latin phrase? I forget in what context you would use that, but, you know, maybe it was like from a History of Rome podcast or something that came up. Oh, you're supposed to come here well, hang on. Hey, we have Super Banjo. Super Banjo doubles our speed, which means we can do this. We can reach this place as regular Banjo. And also we have Nest King, which gives us lots of golden feathers, which means that we can just kill them this way. Kind of unsporting, but these guys suck. This Jiggy sucks. So fuck it. I feel no shame. I feel no shame. I am just happy to have this Jiggy. and to have dispatched these guys easier than normal. Fuck them. I like that, I liked that cheese. I liked that cheese a good bit. Silly though it may be. I liked, you know, there are some benefits to doing a cheated run on occasion, a cheated playthrough on occasion. Get to have some fun. Where the fuck are we going now? Washing machine or Mumbo 1? I think let's do the first Mumbo. Let's cash in. We got like the Wumba's Globo, right? So this is Wumba's Globo. From around back. Or it was behind the pipe or something. Okay, we have both Globos, so we're good to go. Cash this in now. We shouldn't do laundry machine, washing machine until we do more work to like enable paths for the washing machine. We should do that though before we do the boss of this area, which will be another case where you know, we could cheat it. We could cheese it. Could, give that fella a hard time, I guess. Here's what I want to do now. Let's, we're gonna head towards Mumbo, but also we're gonna grab the battery over here and, drop it off somewhere. But yeah, Mumbo is going to be a priority here. And we're going to unlock the way to the second half of floor 4. Oh, I should have gotten that door open while I was up there. That is essential for, that is essential for washing machine. Can we get that with just like Kazooie or something? I guess. We'll take warp pad up to 3. Say the warp pad up to 3. Or is this better delivered to somewhere else? We can't get to the back half of 4. Which is, I think, where at least one of the other things are. Can't remember where all the goddamn battery things are, honestly. Slips my mind. I am getting a little lost, I'll admit. A little bit turned around. Not very, though. It's more just... I'm trying to think where to go. Not that I don't know where to go or where places are. I'm just like, should I go this way? Or should I go that way? Should I meet up with Kazooie again? This is right near another battery. So would have made sense to bring that one here. I don't know, save this one for the other place. But whatever. Oh, Bananza. I didn't talk about Bananza. Got caught up with the other game I had been playing, which I didn't even make a card for because I sort of forgot about it until like the last second. You know, honestly, I finished watching today's anime a good deal before the stream, and so I was thinking like, okay, what can I do? I guess I'll play some Parappa. And that made me go like, oh right, I could have put Parappa in the lineup for like anime or games I've been playing. Bananza's damn good. I've gotten to 700 golden bananas, and I've gotten all the post-game stuff 100% aside, pretty much squared away. I need to come back as a duo. Wait, you can do this as solo Banjo? Well, usually that would be, maybe near impossible. Honestly, it might be near impossible already, but even with the Super Banjo cheat code. But we do have Super Banjo, so maybe can go fast. We would be going faster if we had Kazooie with us. If we fail this, we will turn around and go get Kazooie, because let's not be silly here. Also, we gotta remember that we get weighed down by the bulbs, so we should get a couple and then cash in. I doubt that was enough. $30. Nah. Even with the speed cheat, because you get the super shoes, the turbo trot, you would be going faster with the pair of them, even without Super Banjo. So we should get Kazooie here and really just destroy. Full speed. Would it be better just to die and come back to that later? Like, I don't know. This game's big into logistics. Logistics of, I say it's big into logistics. Playing it! Logistics are a factor. I guess. If you care that much to think about things. Just let it all happen. Like, yeah, no, it'll take like 20 hours and might get pretty turned around and stuff, but no, eventually you get it done, I guess. I do think if there's one thing that like Odyssey and Bonanza both show is that some hint system is really handy nowadays, I feel like, insofar as like, oh, at a certain point, just, you know, I'm gonna give you some gold and then you can tell me like, okay, where's the last bananas in this layer? And that's really nice and convenient, and the main way I've been able to really just finish some layers off and, you know, get some last things checked off. I'm going so fast, it's hard to control. Bonanza's fucking wonderful. I had a hell of a time start to finish with it. I did a whole stream where I finished it for the first time over the course of 12 hours. So if you're looking for any like first impressions and like my reactions to big moments in games, in the game, quote, you know, hint hint, haha, you know, whatever, then such a resource does exist. There is recording. Yay, we did it. Very good. Suffice to say, I had a great time, and, like, I found the ending really exciting. You know, really fucking great, in fact. Like, the whole final couple layers, marvelous. Fucking wonderful, surprising, cinematic. Measures up to the end of Odyssey, for sake of example. You know, definitely in that same echelon of quality. Definitely a hell of a game that, like, I enjoyed from start to finish, and I have been enjoying just, like, exploring every world in turn, and really just finding everything in them. You know, finishing off each world. And I love how the golden bananas, you know, the bananium gems, are not... It's really bold for them not to make that the main collectible. for the original, for the first run through. Like, they're not used to gate progress until the end game. They're only used for skill point things, which is really cool and novel. And, you know, I think that's just a really exciting design. Clearly, it has resulted in some speed runs that are extremely fast and exciting. Like, I'll say, like, I'm very curious to see it at AGDQ. We're like 2 weeks in, and it's at an hour and a half. I wonder if it'll pass the 1 hour mark by the time of AGDQ. It's possible. Took, you know, Odyssey years to hit that point, but man, it's gotten down to like Odyssey levels with more worlds, you know, in between. With more worlds, with more plot, with more mandatory crap. Like, I think that is real damn cool, real damn good. And you know, what can I say? I think that the platforming is incredible. The action, like the action is fun, and the way that you can like find things in different ways, break through the world, is really good. I think that especially the fossil system, which is basically this game's purple coins, I think it's excellent. I really love how purple coins were cool, but they were very much just like, oh hey, here's some regular coins, except they're more important than the other coins in the game. You know, there's nothing really exciting about finding them, but with the fossils, first off, you're randomly just getting maps to tell you where they are, like, all over the game. You'll get, like, a map that tells you, like, oh, there's one right there under that rock, you know? And when you're, like, done with the thing, you can go, like, okay, well, I can use that to point me at some stuff I need to collect, and there you go. But also, like, they're hidden a lot more deliberately, a lot more just like, hey, like, basically, you know, around this corner, in this little divot, underneath this wall, and as you clap and you ground pound and you get radar, and you see, like, oh, there's one over there, and there's one over here, and you round a corner and you punch it, you know, it's embedded in a wall, and you break the wall behind it at the same time, and it's just like... You know, you break the wall, and as a result, it's like, oh, behind the wall was, oh, I gotta climb because I'm both at once. Right, yes. Behind the wall is just more stuff to collect and more hidden areas that, you know, the fossils, like, clue you in on. Or, like, you know, you see a fossil somewhere and you know, like, okay, well, I haven't really explored that area so thoroughly, so why don't I run over there and look for bananas as I do? And it's just such a compelling loop. The fossils are such a good alternative to the bananas. You know, not as big, but, you know, equally as satisfying to find and sort of serve as a good breadcrumb that might lead you to more golden bananas, more bananium gems. Let's see if we can do this in one go. This is hard shit, but, no, we'll try. I feel like fire is the go-to here. I guess grenade is more powerful, but you don't... Okay, let's go grenade. You know what? We have lots. We're not limited by, like, oh, well, that's not why you don't go grenade, you go fire. You only need one fire egg to kill a lot of the enemies here anyway, and the clankers included. I should have a methodical method to combing this place. But I don't, so let's wing it. Hope we get lucky. There's the rule of, like, left-hand rule, like, oh, just follow a maze by its left-hand doors, left-hand wall. I don't know if it quite works for this because there's little islands of like discontinuity and like a upper layer and a lower layer. I think you'd end up in a loop that's, you know, you've already been to if you just solely did it that way. I think I've already fucked up a little bit, gotten a little bit turned around. You know, I didn't mention why I'm doing this now after so many years. Big reason was that when I only had the 360 version of this game for a while, you couldn't do like that cheat code anymore. Cheat codes on the 360 version, when you enter them, they stop you from saving, which is, you know, sort of defeats the purpose of fucking around with them, right? It punishes you really severely. So, you know, as much as I wanted to, like, multiple times throughout the years, and just going like, okay, I love this cheat code is just fun for fucking around and stuff, and being a little bit more unserious about the game now and again. As much as it would be fun to play with them, the game prevents you from it. Makes it weird and hard and difficult and annoying. Maybe through here and like the little side room. Like the little side room we haven't seen yet, have we? We have 40 seconds, at which point things will start stinking. That won't be death, but it will be a time limit on us. We've been up there. Fuck. I feel like one is in one of these rooms, but like hidden up above. You sort of have to look up to see it. Yeah, there's one. We're too short, and we're already starting to. We're one short, and we're being gassed here. Where's the last one? Can we find it before we die? Oh, we have 0 health. No, we cannot. I hear the sound of farts. It was near. It was so close. I just don't know where. If you haven't gotten Bananza, I highly, without a question, would recommend it. I think basically anyone would. You know, it is one of those closest to a perfect game that you can get. And, you know, goddamn, they did it after so many years. After DK64 even. Like, they finally made a best-in-class Donkey Kong 2D platformer that, like, you know, it has... One of the things I love most about it is that it has rolling in it. It's not quite as fast and fluid as the original DKC roll, but it's like, man, yeah, you roll around all the time. Or do, like, other mobility tricks. Like, it is a game with a lot of great movements. And, like, yeah, no, that's a big part of DKC. It feels really good to play. And this, you know, it's different. It's not quite the same as in DKC, obviously. Like, it's a whole different new way of handling. But, like, they nail everything they try. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's, just so fun to move around, run around, and tear through walls, and, you know, go... Whoa. Is that the one I missed earlier? I think maybe. I don't know if I was looking that way. Okay, there's one. I feel like there's the room over here, is there not? Yes, good. Okay, here's another one. There's like a couple in here, right? One over here. There's so much good about it. I do think soon it'll be time to start asking the big questions. Insofar as like, okay, well, other games in the genre, let's say, for instance, like, how would you compare it to Mario Odyssey? How would you compare it to, like... Oh, it's totally over here. I am definitely asking myself, like, which do I like more? Bonanza or Odyssey? What do I like more as far as, like, the last few years of, like, miracle releases? Do I like Tears of the Kingdom? Or do I like, Bonanza more? As far as, like, Donkey Kong games, right? Like, have we finally got a game that beats, Banjo or Donkey Kong Country 2 for the top slot? And the answer is, I don't know. Man, it's too soon to say. The fucker. I hear pooping sounds. Wait, what about through there? No, no, no. It's definitely through here. What about... Okay. Damn it. That was less close than the first time. I'm undecided on all three of those accounts. Really, right now, Tears of the Kingdom ought to be, like, competing for a slot on the top 5 all-time list. My top 5 all-time list with, Majora's Mask, my previous favorite Zelda game. Which, yeah, that would make sense as, like, a head-to-head. They're both Zelda games, and they're both, like, mainline Zelda games at that. Yeah, probably only one of them can be, like, top. And, you know, if I'm thinking about it, it's tough, because I do think Tears of the Kingdom is sort of, like I said, a miracle game. Like, the kind of game that you're playing to, like, oh my god, this is the perfect first-time experience. But Majora's Mask, I played 100 times, and I had an amazing time every time. You know, a great time every time. Let's not, you know, let's face it, like, there are criticisms to be made of Majora's Mask, so far as pacing and so far as, like, the amount of dungeons that it has. That's fair. And, you know, there's definitely parts of Majora's Mask I am more or less annoyed by. Like, yeah, I've never been a big fan of the... I don't like to race the horses, let's say. What are other things I don't like? I don't like, Oh, maybe it was that one earlier. I don't like to race the horses. I don't like, I don't like the horse race. I don't like, I don't really like the Gerudo stealth part. In Majora's Mask or Arena, honestly, but at least in Majora's Mask, you can, like, cheese it by, I say cheese it. You can do it very easily by equipping the Stone Mask, which, makes it very easy, very trivial. And I like that about it. But, you know, it's not exactly the best thing in the world when you say of a game like, oh yeah, you can get past the parts that are annoying real damn easy like. It's not difficult at all. Like, wait, shouldn't it just not have annoying parts? That said, like, you know, there are annoying parts in Tears of the Kingdom as well. That's sort of the argument, I feel like, for the top 5, right? Is the argument between, like, my god, like, I don't think the first experience of Tears of the Kingdom... Wait. Why in here? There they are. You haven't done this whole room. You know what? This other room has like 3 guys in it. Has like 2 guys in it. We haven't done that little side room. The little side room. This isn't right. Flankers. There's the argument between the perfect first playthrough and the replay value where I'd be happy playing it like once a year for the rest of my life. You know, I'm not replayed Tears of the Kingdom. I've not replayed Breath of the Wild, and I'm not sure I ever could. I feel like there's a lot of that stuff where, you know, it would be... I don't think it would feel good to start it at square one again. Don't tell me it was that one. Really obvious now that I'm seeing it. Stuff that would be really annoying if I had to do it again, like, you know, collecting all the resources and leveling all my crap up. You know, getting my battery level as high as it could be. Figuring out, like, transfer or vehicles to use. Like, starting all that from scratch, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be as good. I don't know. And I feel like that's the main factor holding it off like a top 5 of all time list. Whereas like Majora's Mask, I know Majora's Mask holds up to multiple playthroughs. I know that it continues to rule time in, time out. You know, year in, year out. It's reliable. You can't go wrong with it. That would be my argument for it remaining on the list for now, I guess. Oh, this is... No. About to say, this is the way to the little small... Here's this little small side room. I wish this was, different. I wish instead it was like, oh, you know, every time you get a clanker, you get more time. Every time you hit one of these... Clinker? Whatever they're called. I wish that bought you a little more time, with which you could hunt more clinkers. Ah. Shit. Right there. We have 50 seconds left. I hear farts. This is the wrong direction to go. Ah! No, it wasn't. There we fucking go. Was that the one I was missing multiple times? One that was just really high up? Oh, man. Talking it out here on stream, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom stays off the top 5. I think Majora's Mask holds its spot, and I feel like Tears of the Kingdom would have to be, like, somewhere in the top 20. between Bonanza and Mario Odyssey, I do think Bonanza will be on the top 5. I do think it's that good. I do think it's that much of a game. Does it, like, you know, this would be a hell of a time for me to say, like, yeah, I have a new favorite game. You know, I've said for ages that, like, my favorite game is either DKC2 or Mario Odyssey. To have a game that, like, is the sequel successor to both of them and, like, marries those two sides of my favoritism, it would be a very clean thing to say it's now number 1. And, that's just it. But I do think, still, Donkey Kong Country 2 is as perfect of a game as you could have made in 1995. Now, I still think that is very true, and I think it's very much worth applauding and appreciating. We need to go get a battery for that gimmick. It's on level 3. Let's go get it. Why not? And we'll get the other thing as well. Where's the pads? The split up pads should be somewhere around here. Oh, are they like... Where are they? I don't know where they are. They like on the ground or something? Might be on the ground or something. I think they're up there, like, in a random corner. We'll find them in a second. Over here? No. Where the hell are they? What I would do right now to be able to just pound the ground and have it light up like, oh, here's the pads that you're looking for. No, just light up all nearby pads, of which there appear to be none. Well, that's a hell of a thing. That's a divot for the camera, isn't it? It's not like there's something hidden in that little pillar. It's just there to put the camera in. Yeah, I think we need to go back all the way over there, and then we get the split up pads. Ugh. Yeah, I'm torn. I think it's too soon to say where Bonanza falls on my top favorite games of all time. You know, I have yet to finish it, yet to 100% it. And until then, it should be determined. But it's giving me just as much love. I'm loving it just as much as I loved Odyssey. And I think it is, you know, the Donkey Kong game that we have all been waiting for at least 10 years, maybe 20, if, like, the 2D ones didn't quite tickle your pickle. You know, if, like, Tropical Freeze didn't quite get you excited. You know, I feel like a lot of people kind of didn't give Tropical Freeze the respect it wasn't as big of a thing, I think, as this new game has been. You know, people didn't flock to it in the same way. There wasn't the excitement. And I feel ya. I feel like, wow, you know, this is... I think Tropical Freeze is, like, the most polished DK game that you could have made. But this is, like, the most unexpected and the most out there and the most... I don't want to say revolutionary because it's very much an advancement of everything that was achieved in Odyssey. You know, I don't want to say it's revolutionary or nothing. It's not, but it's, like, the most ambitious a Donkey Kong game has been since Donkey Kong Country, arguably. Maybe Donkey Kong 64 was ambitious for all the wrong reasons, you know? Maybe you could say since then, but I think it is matched only by the audacity of doing, you know, 3D graphics. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, it's not like this is 3D for the first time or nothing. It's just an advancement over Odyssey where you can destroy the whole world. And also, it's nice about sequence breaking. You know, if you sequence break, it's just like, okay, live and let live, you know, whatever. We'll let you do it. Which is also just really chill and good. Now, I think that, so rad. I need to have a good think. But What I will say is that Odyssey and DKC2 are both at the same level on my list, you know, my top 5 forever list, so they're the #1 slot, so by the... They're a name for that sort of like property where if it's greater than one, it's greater than both of them. Commutative or something? Commutative? By some such property. If Bananza is better than DKC2 for me, it is also better than Odyssey, and vice versa. The two of them are linked, and I will pass judgment on them, and it'll be good. Probably that's a thing where, like, hey, let's just wait until Game of the Year for a start. Like, yeah, we don't technically know that this is Game of the Year. I mean, I know it's probably my Game of the Year. I don't know how anyone else will decide. And obviously, those decisions will have no bearing on my Game of the Year, for what it's worth. But, like, yeah, I should probably at least declare it the game of this year before I say things like, oh, it's also one of my top 5 games of all time, like #1 with a bullet. Game of the decade, most likely, you know. Which, yeah, no, that is what, me saying it's my... That is what it would imply if I said, like, yeah, it's my new favorite game of all time. It would also imply game of the whatever. Dang it. I guess, like, 3 ahead. Or, like, 2.5, maybe. I think it's a hell of a game. And I'm having a hell of a time. I do have questions about replay value. That's, like, the main... I think it takes a lot of great lessons from Odyssey and takes things to the next level a lot of the time when it comes to, like, okay, you know, how do the bonus games work? How do the bonus areas work? How's this? How's that? You know? A lot of times it's very much like, okay, take what was good in Odyssey and, like, iterate on it, you know? Make it so, like, okay, now, instead of getting, like, 10 moons to exit, you have to do these very specific things and get this very specific place. That was too soon, conversely. You know, I think they balanced the two very well. Or... I think the changes are largely for the better. I do think it is worth noting that I do think, like, the capture system continues to be a beautiful thing and continues to be, like, you know, nothing in Bananza is as good as capturing. And the context-sensitive, like, puzzles that come around, like, oh, you know, suddenly you're the little nutty guy, you're the puppets, or you're the little bird guy that flicks, you know. I'm bad with the names all of a sudden. There we go. Oh, crap. You're the little bird guy. Dang it, too soon. 3. Do 3. Do 3 from the thing. You're the little bird guy. I think there's nothing as good as that, but on the other hand, I think that, you know, Odyssey's capture system is very much just like, okay, we can let you have all sorts of forms, and since they're all context sensitive, only available in certain areas, they're not going to break the game. Whereas Bananza's transformations, Bananzas, are very much like, yo, okay, fuck it. You can break the game as much as you want. These are special abilities that break the game, and that makes them feel very powerful and very, like, rewarding to trigger and just go like, fuck this puzzle. I'm going to just smash right through it. Fuck this platforming. I'm flying right across this gap. Fuck you. You know, I've said before that, like, part of Dixie Kong's strength is that she's not default, meaning that the game is built around more traditional platforming, and you can just stick to that if you want, but whenever you want to just, like, have an easy button, whenever you want to fudge it, you can with Dixie Kong, and I think that the Bananzas are very much the same way. Very much a similar appeal, and you know, they're wonderful. They're so powerful, except for the zebra. The zebra is weak. The zebra is unfortunately underpowered, except for the very specific thing it's built for, which is crumbly platforms, which aren't even that common, unfortunately. I say unfortunately as if I'd want more. No, I'm fine with the amount that are in the game. Just, you know, it's never a ability I go for. And it's telling that the run fast Bananza is entirely skipped by the speedrunners, and it's not only just not a problem, it's much faster. Probably would be even then, even if you had to get it, you know, in the route that they do. Even if you got both it and ostrich, it still would be faster to not use zebra that much, I reckon. Probably be a waste of whatever time you spent, like, building up that Bananza. Where are we going now? I think we're going... I say I think we're going somewhere, as if we're going somewhere good. Now, I'm sort of, like, puddling around a little bit. Where we're gonna go now, I want to make sure that I have all the paths ready to go before we go, like, laundry machine, before we go washing machine. So, how about we go down to the first floor and go outside and do roof stuff. Yeah, I think roof stuff makes sense right now. Next priority. We never went to the roof. We did some flying around the outside. We also didn't do the one where you have to hold down a switch as one of your guys and then go up the building with the other one. We didn't do that. There's some stuff we didn't do outside. Like this whole area. Let's get the roof unlocked before we, like, you know, stop and... Is that a Minjo? Yep. White Jinjo is a jiggy unto themselves, so if we could get White Jinjo, that'd be nice, but it's not, you know, that's a Minjo. It's not even the Jinjo. That's not it. We might have already gotten it. I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, I know. I unscrewed this thing. That is essential for the next step. Oh, we need to enable the door also before we need to enable the door for second floor washing machine shortcuts. I'm all out of cards right now, so that's fun. It's 11 p.m. Jeez, it's 11 p.m. We've been going around 3 hours. I was right to make sure that not to try to do 4 worlds today, considering these are later game ones. 3 is probably the absolute limit. The backtracking also might be a little bit much, but whatever. Let's keep at it. And do keep in mind that, like, we might be most of the way done with this level. No, we're at 4 jiggies. Well, steps-wise, you know, as far as, like, steps towards jiggies go, He might be closer than we look. So what else is new? What else is going on? Again, I'm out of cards, so like, I've already gone through all the topics I prepared. I also prepared some, like, I will say, I did have some cards, like, in mind for next week. Like, or for Friday. Which is kind of some of the conversations we just had, like... Originally, when I wrote it out as, like, why go over here? Why is this path here? I forget if that's a... That might be a... No, that's a real one. I need to go in the other window now. That's what I need to do. I guess that's like if you're solo banjo and stuck down there. If you're solo banjo and stuck down there, you should just, you know, take some damage and do a death reset. That's just common sense there. Not much else going on right now, I guess. Whatever. It's a chill time between two vacations. You know, not time to start looking at houses and thinking about all that stuff. Time just about to think like, okay, what am I doing every day while I'm at Universal Studios? And the answer is like, yeah, 3 days I'll enjoy the default parks. Hey, here'll be another Super Banjo double speed shortcut dealie. We could do that with a Clockwork Kazooie. It's not a big deal, but it's fun to be able to jump it, isn't it? Wasn't that fun? I think that was fun. I hope you think that's fun, because that's kind of like the only thing that's that novel about playing the game with Super Banjo. Whatever. It's cool. It's good. You usually can't get over there as a bear and a bird. You either need to be just a bird or a little explosive little feller. I will say, I've had some thoughts. I was planning on a card for next time, but I'll just say my piece here. I'll just say it now. Maybe also next on Friday, I'll say. I saw a random video on YouTube, basically from a member of, you know, the next generation. Down, you know, the are they Zoomers now in like high school, or Zoomers like college aged? I don't know, but the young folk right now talking about like how quote unquote no one has hobbies and how it's considered cringe to care about things and stuff, and I found that interesting. And I just wanted to add my piece, which is that, you know, as true as it might be that nowadays with modern kids, modern high schoolers and all that, there is a weird amount of social pressure to not like things and to like, you know, not be too nerdy or whatever. The thing to realize, and the thing to remember, maybe the thing to remember more for people my age, and the thing to realize for people who are younger, is that that's kind of existed forever. Like, when I was in high school, like, you know, ages and ages ago, I went through the whole damn thing, basically, without publicly acknowledging video games, despite it being kind of my main thing, like, you know, at home. That was just how you went through life. Back in the aughts, back in the 90s, you know? Like, once you got to, like, a certain teenage age, it was like, oh man, I can't let people know I'm into Ed, Ed, and Eddie. You know, I can't let people know that I still watch Pokemon. You know, I can't let people know I played Pokemon Stadium. Like, they're gonna think that's uncool or something. So I'll say to millennials, or I'm millennials. I'll say to Zoomers, or whoever is after Zoomers who's really having this problem now, I'll say to y'all that, like, listen, The problem you're dealing with isn't a Zoomer problem, isn't a millennial problem, isn't any problem. It's a teenager problem. And when you become an adult, when you become a 30-something, you'll be surprised how little of a shit you give about what people think about you. In general, but also insofar as, like, hobbies. You know, I remember when I was a teen hearing the Penny Arcade people say basically the same thing. Like, why the fuck did I care what some asshole thought like 10 years ago? And now it's 20 years later and I'm having the same thoughts as Gabe and Tychus had, like, back when I thought Gabe and Tychus was cool when I was a teenager. You know, I'm sure they're still cool, but I haven't followed their stuff in 20 years because, you know, I don't know. I grew up. That feels a little bit rude to Gabe and Tycho, but it's true. There's South Park 2, also a little bit of a distance grew between me and it over the decades, you know. What can you expect, you know? Just how things go. Not always gonna like the same things as a teenager versus a 20-something versus a 30-something. But Banjo-Tooie is immortal. You'll always love Banjo-Tooie. I assume the kids like Banjo-Tooie. If the kids love Banjo-Tooie, that's good. They should. It's probably a really acquired taste. Like, it's probably really hard to get into. Have I done all the stuff I need to do for... No, I need to open the shortcut. I need to open the shortcut. And I should also do the stuff outside, just in case there's like a button to press or something. I need to go around there and open up this door. Which I can do in a second. I will say, there is one big difference between now and then, you know, versus kids today versus kids back then, which is, during the aughts and 90s, there was totally an outlet for being nerdy, which was the internet. Back then, you know, when you got online, you would mostly hang out with people who were in your fandom, and that's it. You would not make contact with people from real life. You would never imagine, like, oh, you know, they're never going to find my internet account and my forum posts. Like, how would they? And that's changed entirely now, where online and offline are sort of one thing. Friend group, family, everyone is publicly on there and, you know, exists online. And that's a bit weird because, yeah, you know, you can now have those social pressures online versus previously it was like, oh, I found a community of people who love Donkey Kong, and now I can really just, you know, let loose and talk about Donkey Kong all day with them. That's so fun. That's so good. And they're all, you know, pretty mature. You know, at the very least, at the time, I was like, oh wow, there's people here in like college. Wow, that's impresses a 14-year-old to no end. Let me tell you. You know, oh, 20-somethings, wow. Like, yeah, no, that was very impressive back then. Nowadays, less space for that, but I don't know. I hope kids can figure it out. And also that I'll note that, like, yeah, the generation before, hey, Axel, the fun level, you genuinely enjoy it. Oh, yeah, I did mention that, crap, I forgot to split up my, my dudes before doing that gimmick. We did need to open that door, though, for the washing machine, so it is good that we did it. We'll come back later as, a pair. Oh, does this respawn us back at the train? No, I guess I must have exited and re-entered at some point. Go figure. I was just talking about, how things have changed in the world. You know, I was just talking about how, I saw some talk about how kids these days don't have hobbies, and I was talking about how, you know, that's kind of normal, you know, kids kind of deny themselves in public spaces. You know, that's how I did when I was in high school as well. Just, like, never talked about video games, even though how it was Even given like how important it was to me. You know, you could have avoided fall damage, right? Oh, you mean like by... There's two things. Yeah, you could do like a... Is that only if you do like this? Or like when you fall off, like, you know, you do like that and then you're immune? That's one way I could have done. And the other way, I don't know. What is the Wonder Wing? Yes, and since I have the cheat codes enabled, there's no cost to that. So, might as well. Where are we going? Is it laundry machine time? I think it might be laundry machine time. Yeah, let's go laundry machine. And then we can get that, like, after laundry machine. This will be first laundry machine, and then we'll do the second one, which will involve Mumbo Jumbo. Yeah, I'm having a good time. And just, you know, I enjoy talking about stuff. Again! Where am I going? Bah, this is the wrong warp place. I'm supposed to be on level 2. Did I not get the rooftop warp? I forgot to do the rooftop warp. God damn it. The rooftop warpy dealy. It's fine. We'll come back there later. It's not like you can warp as a washing machine anyway. It's just a little inconvenient because I might have done everything upstairs anyway. Maybe it's fine. Whoa, this washing machine is fast. Man, the washing machine kind of has like a squirrely factor to it. You know, it can't really turn tightly. Like, this is as tight as the washing machine can turn. And like, speeding up to double speed just really exasperates that squirrely feeling. It very much feels like controlling a washing machine would. A washing machine with wheels, specifically. Ah, shit! It's not actually rotating in there. Kind of funny that you can see it very clearly in this this version of it. Like the walls in there. Banjo's back walls are not spinning. Makes you think. Anyway, I was thinking a bunch about that stuff. You know, childhood, teenage years, and like, yeah, you know, I feel like what the kids today have to realize is that this is just how it goes. You know? And personally, like, as a millennial, like, as someone who's way past that, I kind of feel like it's just all open season now. If I were to ask, if you were to ask me, I would go like, yeah, no, I think we'd be all beyond that now. Like, I don't know there's really as much as a stigma now to video games in general. And even if there were, like, I don't know if people give a fuck anymore. But apparently the teens are still out there giving a fuck, which, yeah, that's what the teens do. The teens overthink, like, everything in their life. And then go like, ah, geez, oh, man. What if people think I'm some sort of bojo? You know? Is Bojo just from Back to the Future? Where the guys in the future say, McFly, you Bojo, those words don't work on water, that whole gimmick. Is that entirely where Bojo comes from? I think it's also the name of a clown. I think it's also the name of a clown, for what it's worth. You don't want to think, you know, as an adult, you know, have hobbies, you know. I feel like the other thing about saying like people don't have hobbies anymore, quote unquote, I feel like it does feel disconnected from the whole 2020 situation where, like, I was under the impression that during 2020, you know, during the pandemic, I thought it was the case that, like, everyone got new hobbies. You know, like, yeah, what else are you gonna do? You're trapped inside, get a new hobby. Like, that's when a lot of people started streaming, including me, and, I started streaming in 2021, so I guess really at the pale end of the pandemic. Like, I was probably, like, fully boostered and all that by the time that I started streaming, for what it's worth. Right? Was that the end of 2020? Boosters? The first COVID shots? I forget, but, you know, I thought hobbies were at an all-time high following the pandemic, but, you know, maybe that's also a thing, just like the younger people, like, getting back to social pressures and thus weaning off the hobbies that they embraced, like, during the pandemic, if, like, they were even old enough to, you know, consider hobbies during the pandemic. Feels so weird to say, but, you know, 18-year-olds were like 13 at the start of that pandemic. You know, that's not the age for having a hobby. You know, that's the age for playing around and, like, you know, doing crap in the yard. You know, you're a kid at that point. You haven't made the transition to a high schooler yet. Barely a teen. In other words, you know, like, hobbies, I feel like, only come online when you're, like, 16, 17, 18. Maybe even living alone, you know, is when you can really, like, go, like, oh, yeah, I'm into this. Or, like, you know, if you have, I guess if there's, like, school clubs. I guess, like, school clubs are a good way to define a hobby. That's, you know, weird to think about, right? That all the adults now that are coming into their adulthood, you know, now in the next few years, won't have the same types of memories of the pandemic as, like, me and perhaps viewers of the stream. I don't know. Like, as more and more time passes, it goes more and more into the rear view, and more and more into, like, recent memory. You know? For me, all this stuff feels really recent, you know? Like, fuck, man. I graduated, you know, college in, like, 2013, so, like, I've been, like, fully independent adult for the better part of, like, 12 years, you know? So, like, the pandemic is just a small part of that. It was just a small portion of that, and, you know, yeah. What else is going on? How's it going, Axel? You got anything to talk about? What's up with you? Anyone else? What's going on? I have a lot of big thoughts about, like, social... I'm kind of curious about that whole generation and kids these days. In a way that, like, oh, well, I wouldn't go out and talk to one, I guess. You know, because where the fuck... Why? But, like, man, I feel like I just want to understand, like, what's going on with the kids these days. Their culture. And I just, like, hope that, like hell, they still are going to watch movies and TV shows and things of that nature. You know? I've heard about, like, you know, I like the, video game outlet Giant Bomb, let's say. And I've heard about Jeff Grubb's kids, who are, like, 10 or something, and how they don't watch anything that's not animated. And I just gotta go, like, you know, when I was 13, I was watching Sopranos, you know, and I turned out great. So, I feel like kids these days, you know, they ought to be watching the good stuff. They ought to be, like, you know, getting in on, like, The Rock and like, shit like that. Actually, I don't think I actually watched The Rock until late in my life, for what it's worth. But, you know, there's definitely, like, movies that I got way into as a kid, like Back to the Future, you know, movies that were older than I was in some cases. Was Back to the Future the 80s? Yeah, that'd be older than I was. It was like 85, right? Yeah, 5 years older than I was. You know. I think we're done with the washing machine until we turn off the magnets. So, let's just do a quick check here. We got 7. 7. What are the 3 left? There's the Weldar fight. There's the one that requires, and there's 2 that require banjo moves. There's also a Jinjo outside. There's also a Jinjo outside, so yeah, we're coming up on the end of this level, and you know, we'll go on to the next one. Oh, there's 2 Jinjos we haven't gotten. I think there's 2 in the Weldar area, or there's 1 in the Weldar area, and there's 1 where we know where it is. The social stuff is interesting to me. Generational cohorts are hard to define. You know, like, there really isn't a solid line between Gen X and Millennial. There really isn't a solid line between Millennial and Zoomer. It's sort of a gradient thing where it's like, you know, we have all these funny names for each generation, but really, it's the 35-year-olds, it's the 40-year-olds, it's the 45-year-olds. You know, really, you could break it up more granularly and go like, okay, the people who are in college right now, the college-age people, the high school people. And basically these cohorts, you know, have a shared experience, have a shared culture that is separate from, like, the culture of people who have been on the job for 12 years, you know? But it's not necessarily because of the year in which we were born. It's just like the age that we are and the place we are in life. You know? Where am I going? I need to go outside and do the splitty-uppy thingy. For that, I need to grab a split up and then get that Jinjo. And then I think we're ready to do... I think we're ready to do the Weldar prerequisites. Ugh. So that's fun. What else do I have on my docket for things to talk about on Friday? Here's another topic. I watched a whatchamacallit, Kirkus Scott this morning, or today, this before work. Lunch, whatever, like, in the morning, whatever. I watched the Kirkus Scott, and the Kirkus Scott was basically talking about the nature of the multiverse. Insofar as, like, okay, here's a theory of the multiverse. So, if there is a multiverse, and we can, and like, you know, multiple universes exist and all that, right? And, like, every time there's a, you know, like, a electron randomly determines something, that's a different universe, and that spawns a different universe, and that exists separately, multiverse-wise. If so, perhaps there always exists a universe in which one does not die. No matter how unlikely such a universe might exist. So, like, if you were to do something like, you know, play Russian roulette 100 times, you would win every time, because that's how the random... So long as it's, like, something that electrons can particularly bear influence on. I don't know if that's always the case, necessarily, for what it's worth, but... Oop, this Daisy. That's fine. That's actually better to have a death warp back. And I'll say, like, I have legitimately had this same theory, like, independently. I have legitimately... Like, I'll be honest, I've had some near scrapes before in my life where, like, oh my god, you know, suddenly I realized traffic was stopping, and I just immediately, like, oh, switch into the next lane, just almost half on instinct, and, like, oh, I was able to stop just in time because switching into the next lane gave me a car's length distance, and that was just enough to fucking stop my car and not crash horribly. And part of me just went like, how did I know to do that? How is that my action? You know, I've had near scrapes like that just make me go like... Makes you think for a second, like, what are the fucking odds? Maybe my reflexes are just really good, or I don't know. And a theory that I came to is like, yeah, well, what if, like, you know, you only perceive the universe where you turn right into the lane that has space, rather than the universe where you turn left and hit the car and die in like a horrible collision. You know? Like, it could be that just by the nature of the universe, you can only see and only perceive the universe where you survive that fate. And it could be like, you know, in an infinite universe with infinite possibilities, there is always some way out. You know, whether it's, no matter how unlikely, you know, it could be that, like, oh, teleportation suddenly happens, a fluke, a glitch in the physics happens, and that saves your ass. Perhaps you somehow inadvertently develop immortality, and perhaps, like, that is just, you know, not an impossibility, and such happens in some universe, and thus, like, you know, maybe in some universe, invariably, you live on, you never die, and just, carry forward. And that raises the question, like, is there a universe where Hitler is still alive? Is there a universe where Caesar is still alive? Is there a universe where some random cow was, like, never led to slaughter, and instead just lived out life, peaceful-like? Like, is, you know, such a thing as, like, such things are, like, massively unlikely, but in an infinite universe that is governed by probability, like, infinitely unlikely is like a one in infinite chance in, like, you know, Hitchhiker's Guide. There's such an idea as, like, a 1 to infinity chance, like something that can only happen once in all of creation. And, you know, they can... Well, that's different. You know, they manipulate physics to make that 1 in 7 billion thing happen by manipulating probability. That's a slightly different field, perhaps. How the hell do you get where we need to go? Boiler plant. This is the wrong one anyway. We need to be on floor 2, right? I think that's right. I think we need to go to floor 2. And then, yeah, floor 2, and then we go through the vents. That's it. Yes, I'm forgetting. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and, you know, it is the sort of thing that we will all find out eventually. Like, are we all immortal? We'll find out. Like, if we go, like, 100 years without dying somehow, and it's like, well, I either beat the odds entirely, or, like, the human mind is a powerful thing and knows how to find the one universe where it, like, lives on. You know, it can only perceive the universe where it lives on. And perhaps even, ideally, the universe where it stays senile. Or stays... What's the opposite of senile? Where it doesn't get senile. There you go. You don't want to live forever whilst being senile. That'd be... massively... That'd suck. Anyway, that is definitely something I've thought about. My theory gets a little more wacky with it, I'll say. Oops, I didn't mean to go in here. This is a waste of time. The Mumbo's gonna pick a fight real fast with Wumbo. We really don't have time to fuck around, so let's leave. I would jump in the pool and be a dick, as, you know, as you should do when you're role-playing as Mumbo in this scenario, but let's head back and get this done, because we're on a timer here. I feel like, you know, in a multiversal space, right, I would have to imagine, right, as a universe becomes less and less likely, I feel like that has to have some sort of impact on its, like, multi-dimensional mass, in other words, like its breadth, its width, its size. Like, if it's less likely, you know, let's say it's probability space, right? If it's infinitely unlikely, it is probably then just a very thin sliver of universe versus a universe that's a lot more likely, maybe more of a big chunk with a lot of, like, you know, probability, just like, oh yeah, I'll just stay the course or whatever. You know, I don't know if there's like an infinite number of universes or they all just sort of crash into each other and like form bigger clusters of universes or something. I have a lot of fun, you know, I've given it some thought about how it would be cool if it worked. You know, maybe also influenced by things like Doctor Who's big timey-wimey ball idea, you know, insofar as like, it's kind of just a big mess. It's kind of just a big mess, you know? Like, yeah. Surely universes are like colliding into each other, resolving each other, like accumulating to a certain degree, and maybe just converging a little bit so that, you know, whatever differences they have, they get sorted out. Like, it would be maybe a little strange if they just never could touch each other, never could, like, affect each other in any way. I don't know. Those are just some random theories that I've had, and I feel like if you were in a universe that was very, very thin, perhaps then, like, the laws of physics would, you know, start to break down in a universe that improbable, right? Like, already your universe is, like, a joke in a like, as far as these things go, like, yeah, might as well start, you know, everyone just getting immortality. I wonder if like, you know, in such a universe where, like, the impossible happened, the unlikely happened, immortality was achieved, would it be just immortality for the person perceiving the universe? Or would it be just, like, broad, like, oh, you know, suddenly society invented immortality, and now everyone's immortal? For the slivers of universe where random cow is immortal, that's a harder one to justify. Like, what? It went to the slaughter, but somehow... Did it win a prize to not go to the slaughterhouse? Like, how in the hell would that work? It's not really practical. Kind of boggles the mind as theories go, and it has all sorts of fun implications. And I feel like, you know, definitely someone could write some good fiction about that, you know, around that possibility, and make it kind of goofy and fun. But I'm gonna go get the warp place on the roof real fast, just to make sure I got it. Very good. Everything else here is good. Did I leave any sort of, like, No, I got the smokestacks, and I definitely entered the smokestack that you can enter. And I got the Jinjo. It was a black Jinjo. We're just about done with Grunty Industries. Excellent. Good. Be heading off to Hailfire Peaks, which I feel is the original hot-cold level. That might not be true. If there's another earlier half-hot, half-cold level, let me know. A Todoroki level, you know. That's his last name. He has multiple family members with the same last name. Shoto Todoroki. He doesn't have a hero name. You can't call him that. You know, half hot, half cold. You get it. Todoroki from My Hero Academia. Oh man. It's just occurring to me now, you know, My Hero Academia nearly at its end, you know, ending probably soon enough, right? Like, whenever the next season comes back, that's the final season. Is that this year or next year? Either way, it's coming up on the end. It's been going around 10 years, like, 18-year-olds alive now were, like, 8 when it started. 8, 9, maybe even? Was it 2015 or 2014 when it started? I think it was 2015. But it might have been like late 2014 or something with like, you know, the next season being in 2016. It was like 2016 was season 2, right? So was that a year's difference or was that a year and a half's difference? That's the question. The passage of time continues to 2016 on. Oh, it did start in 2016, huh? I guess season 2 was 2017 then. Like, and that's when I started watching anime, like, full time, you know, like, all the time. I guess I had the first season, and then I just had to wait until the second season. Hey, look at this. We can cheese this guy as well using invulnerability. How about that? Again, unsporting, I know, but fun. It's unsporting, yes, but it's fun, so... And, this dude doesn't mind. He's cool with it. He's cool with whatever. Volume all good? Yeah, it's fine. Let's stick with that. I do think the volume should be pretty loud. I just hesitate when it's like, you know, near enough to my volume to make me a little anxious. I tend to be anxious about volume. Maybe I shouldn't be. You know, so long as everyone's happy. I am invulnerable, so suck it. I mean, this guy is literally a vacuum, so it is a fitting thing to ask him to do, I guess. He's gonna suck it. He's gonna try. It's actually like his main move. Anyway. Nothing else much going on. I feel like I am in that, like, sort of a little bit of a doldrums, you know, between, like, entertainment that I reliably rely upon. I feel like I'm having trouble, like, finding YouTube videos to watch, you know? There we go, we kicked his ass. Finding a good YouTube video to watch, finding something to put on for the sake of noise. There's kids around that annoy me all the time, like outside making a bunch of noise. So I like to have something playing on the TV, but, you know, I got no ideas, basically, these days, other than just, I don't know, music. Music's fine. Maybe I should watch, more fellow Twitch streamers more often. Feel like I haven't, like, really partook in that in a while. It's nicer and easier when it's something that you know, on some level don't have to engage with. I know I'm saying that to people who are watching, like, live and whatever, and maybe like to watch VODs even after the fact, but it is easier for me sometimes to just, like, you know, put something on for 10 minutes while I play a game and just, like, mindlessly have it on. And it doesn't have to be the most engaging thing in the world. You know, whereas I do feel like on a certain level when I have a streamer on, it's like, okay, well, you know, it'd be good to engage with them and to chat with the chat. You know, things of that nature. And if I'm not having that, like, don't have that energy, or don't feel like, you know, doing that much of a thing, often don't. Though there are a few streams and streamers where I make that exception, or, you know, watch them whilst doing other things like working. Like Giant Bomb, Dan Reichard, Team Kayla. But just a couple, and not even all the Giant Bombsters, I'll admit. You know, like, definitely haven't really been watching the Grubs morning shows recently, nor as much the other two shows that they do. Still a Jinjo short. Where the fuck? Well, we need some more abilities to get that. So I think we have done what we can in this world. Yeah, the other two are the two Banjo-based abilities. Notes. It does my heart bad to see that we're not 100% on notes. But it's fine. I'm not going to, you know, bog things down with a note hunt. Oh. Was that the note that we needed? It was! That was the note that we needed. Okay, those were the 5 notes that we needed. Okay. Point is, we're moving on. Even if we hadn't just found that right now. We're moseying on. Where is that last Jinjo anyway? I don't know. We'll try to find it. We will find it next week. I'll pull up like a guide, and that'll have all the list of Jinjo locations on it, and we'll just go through and make sure we hit them all up. And honeycombs as well. Whole everything. What's the best place for that these days? Can I go get my Tooie guide out of the thing? Out of the closet? My paper Nintendo power? It'd be a fun thing to do. I'm not sure if that's like the most best resources for notes. Not even sure it like covers notes and details. Might do. That's probably a better resource than most online guides these days. Nintendo Power. It had maps. Fucking IGN doesn't have maps. That'd be way too much. I don't even know who makes the IGN guides, honestly. Whether it's like, probably just people from the community, given their free time. They should. I'm not one to judge how where people spend their free time, whether it's like a proper wiki, a fandom wiki, or some other bullshit corporate site, but man, is there no like game facts these days? Is there no place where a person can just, a kid can just like contribute to an actual proper, independent, non-scummy type site? Not the biggest site in the world, mind you, but like something small and like personal-ish. And not bloated with ads? I don't know. Maybe IGN's the best you get for that. Hailfire Peaks. Hailfire Peaks will be the last level tonight. And it is looking like another 5-hour, I'll say like if I were you know, if the schedule had worked out differently, if I wasn't going on vacation in a week and a half now, maybe I would have made this take 4 streams and done like 3 worlds per stream, and maybe 2 worlds on the second, actually that wouldn't add up, like 3, 2, 2, like no. Maybe I would have had to take 5 streams, maybe I would have taken my damn time, but today, just going ahead and I'm trucking. I need to do some moderation real fast. Hang on. No, I don't like cheap viewers. My viewers are as expensive as they come. They're not cheap at all, and I love them. I like them. I feel good about them. I appreciate them. If I were to do that sort of, if I were to say like, oh, you know, I'll put some money into like promotion or something, I would do like the actual YouTube, I guess. But also I don't know if I really would trust YouTube to like actually put it in front of people who, you know, are aligned with it. You know, I feel like YouTube would just fuck it up because I don't really believe in their algorithm as a effective thing. If I don't believe in their algorithm, like, how could I possibly pay for, like, algorithmic preference? Like, that just does not compute. That's just like, no, I don't trust them. I don't trust the algorithm. Why would I pay into it? Like, I'd pay into it and it would just show it to, like, some people my mom's age or something, and go like, I don't know, I showed it to people. Who likes Banjo-Tooie anyway? I don't know. Like, I don't know either. But maybe people who like Let's Plays? Watching video game streamers? Things of that nature? Oh, that's an idea. Never thought of that. In fairness, I know it's hard to, you know, I understand as much as anyone. Like, I see VODs and streams of people I don't know, and I just go, what the fuck? I don't know about that. I get it. It's hard to crack that egg. Start out there. You know what is a thing that we haven't talked about today because there wasn't a card for it? Anime. Well, we did talk about My Hero. And maybe another anime as well. I forget. But I would just like to touch on, randomly, would just like to touch on Nukitashi, which had its second episode last week. And it's like that porn game adaptation. Heard that it was a porn game adaptation somewhere as some porn. I didn't know that going in. I just knew the name. I was like, what's this? And it is a show where it's set on an island where everyone is constantly fucking. And it is just absurd and over the top. And my god, what the hell? I very much enjoy like how deranged it is and how just over the top, wacky, perverted, perverse, etc. that it manages to be, and how much it leans into that with every grain of its body. I wanted to say, you know, of it, that in the second episode, the main character's main issue, his trauma, was revealed, and I can't help but want to share, because what this fucking dude said was like, oh my god, you won't believe it. So he's like, you know, he's sort of hesitant. He's traumatized, clearly. And he basically says, like, so the thing is, I'm hung like a horse. He basically says he's horse hung. He has a massive cock, and, you know, everyone who's seen it is like, my god, what a monster cock you have. And he's kind of embarrassed about it because, you know, his cock too big. And that just is like, what the fuck? That's... I don't think I've ever seen another show where the problem was, dude, cock too big. I never watched Hung, for what it's worth. I don't know, maybe that's the plot of Hung, on HBO, also ran. That's the name of that, right? Hung? Or it's about a guy with a big dick? Yeah, the plot is that the guy has a really big dick. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, what the fuck? This is good. This is very stupid in a way that I am down for. There was also a scene where there's a lot of like side characters they introduced in the second episode. One of which was whose plot is like, you know, on this island where like literally everyone is just constantly banging. She is just like you know, she's a shorter girl in high school, and she's just like going like, oh, why will no one fuck me? And then she's on a train, and like an older man looks at her, and then he looks at a sign on the wall that says no lollies, and then he looks away, and it's like, oh, I get it. Okay, that's a funny way to explain like why she's not being banged like constantly. Of like, okay, she looks young, I get it. Yeah, okay. That's pretty dumb as far as a like character setup. Like, oh, too dense to realize like, yeah, everyone thinks you're just a little underage because you're too petite. Like, you know, one of those classic characters who is just shorter than the average woman, you know? Shorter than the average high schooler, who is clearly of like, you know, in anime you have to, you know, you have to like, you know, squint a little and go like, yeah, they're probably 18. Yeah, they're high schoolers. They could be all seniors. They could have all had their birthday and all that. Like, yes, or whatever, you know. Also, it's all fiction. You know, it's a weird thing in culture. But you do have to look at it a certain way, I feel like. Go like, well, close enough. That's about as close as you get in the genre. You know, unfortunately, perhaps. What are you gonna do? Anyway, that's a hell of a thing. It's a goddamn good season. Lots of amazing shows. Nothing, you know, I'll say like we're pretty much done with new shows starting, so it's not like I'm gonna go like, okay, I've tried out a couple more shows. Like, nah, that's done. That's over. Now it's just time to just sit and watch them all. Or maybe cut like one or two more. I don't know. Either way, it's a hell of a good season either way, like regardless of if I step off. Oh, is that just open? Can I just go get that? I'm a little worried about fall damage with Kazooie. Yes, good. Nuki Tashi is weird in a way that I personally am down for. I like it when something is just like so over the top. It's just like, what the hell? You know, the audacity. I approve of it. Let's save kickball for next week. I'm not in the mood for kickball right now. I'm gonna file that under backtracking. Oh, I should open the way though, so we can do kickball whilst backtracking to World 1. Let's say for like how we structure it. We'll open the way and then we'll come back next week and we'll start. You know, we'll start in Cloud Cuckoo Land. We'll do some Cloud Cuckoo Land to start, and then we'll head to the other worlds and just hit them up one by one by one. Goddamn good season. Having a great time. I feel like there's, of new shows, there's like 10 extremely good new shows, which I would call the top of the you know, I don't usually make like a, I was thinking about this actually, because I watched Mother's Basement's video of like, I guess typically he does a top 10, but he's doing like top 10 plus extras, you know, plus honorable mentions as far as like what to watch. And I was thinking about like what would be the top 10 recommends of this season, and you know, narrow it down thusly. But you know, we should take care of the ice dragon right now, or the fire dragon. Always do the dragons first. What am I doing holding back and letting them live? That's weird. I should get to it. More important than getting teleport pads and things of that nature, and train stations and all that figured out, is to kick these guys' asses and get them to stop raining destruction down on me. Maybe 11, including Nukitashi. Nukitashi is like so borderline. It's like, man, it's a mess, but it's such an admirable mess, and one that I'm like just appreciate the hell out of. If I were to name top 10 of new shows, not including redos. This is a good boss fight. Not including season 2s and things of that nature. I only got 2 hits, so this thing is still in play. What happens if I get hit? Oh, nothing. I'm invulnerable to it. Wonderful. I don't know I can make it over this thing. I feel like it's too big, too much of a gap, so I'll just jump it. Actually, I would have made it just fine. I'm not invincible to falling, I guess. Top 10 new shows. Let's go. Let me name them. If I were to name the top 10 new shows, I would say going just down chronologically from the last ones to have aired. I think There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless is one. City the Animation is another. Rory Rocks, that's 3. Summer Hikaru Died is 4. I think Bad Girl is number 5. Is another one on that list, so that's 5 of them. Secrets of the Secret Witch, that makes 6. Taco P makes 7. Water Magician makes 8. I'm gonna say Mikadona Sisters for 9, and Cleavatess for 10. That would be like the 10 I would identify as like top of the season. But yeah, there's just barely not enough room for Nukitashi, but you know, I don't put any sort of limitation as far as like how many S tiers that I put on my list at the end, my tier list at the end of the season. So like, you know, there could be like 15 of them this season. The thing is, there's also like a bunch of returning shows as well. And though I feel like, you know, just to say, like, I don't think every returning show that previously was S tier is necessarily going to hit S tier again. I feel like some of them are underwhelming a little bit, honestly. But I do think that Seventh Prince, Dr. Stone, Dan the Dan, Call of the Night, perhaps. Dress Up Darling Season 2. And, Witch Watch will continue to be S. That was from last season, not a returning show, strictly. I think all of those shows are sure to get S's again. And the rest of them are, like, you know, still really good. It's just that, like, maybe they haven't earned a new S ranking, like, you know, their second season out. You know, I do think that's a thing, where, like, the second season, when it comes back, it doesn't have that new factor anymore, you know? Like, you watch it and you go like, okay, well, this is alright, it's good. Nothing special though. You know, it's not new anymore, so it's just like a really good, well put together show, and like, you know, all the other shows are also really good, well put together shows. You know, it's just like a little bit of diminishing returns, and that's just just a factor you deal with. Where am I at with all the returning shows? I wonder. Let me pull up my phone and have a look. Couple of Cuckoos. I'm feeling like it's been a solid season so far. Rent-A-Girlfriend has been dealing with issues in a pretty proper manner, I think. Though I also do think that, like, some of the girls are being neglected a little bit, and I would like to see them so that they can offer their like, drama or their input on the situation. I'm missing Zoomer Girl. Zoomer Girl should appear more. I liked her whole shtick. That was a good shtick to have. Sakamoto Days is off to a fine start. I don't think it's like as like, you know, I don't think it's like up there with like Spy X Family this season. You know, I don't think it's like an all-time great this season. I think that's like making me feel less strongly about it, but it's still good. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, I feel like, has been very solid for like multiple seasons now. I'm less passionate than I once was about it though, so I'm not really as like terribly interested in it, even if I have to say at the end of the day, like, yeah, it's still really good. Still, like, as good as it can be. I'm just, like, you know, sort of losing interest a little bit as it keeps on going. Dress Up Darling is as good as it's ever been. It's phenomenal and continues to be a phenomenon. Rascal is off to a bit of a slow start. But, like, that is in the nature of Rascal, and I imagine it'll have, like, you know, it'll have some good arcs and some bad arcs. Some arcs that are excellent, like, and some arcs that are, like, you know, sort of like, you know, it's just some character stuff going on. It's cool and good. But, you wouldn't want it as a standalone movie. Unfortunately, it's not. It's part of a season that has, like, multiple arcs in it, and for that, I give it some serious credit, because there's a lot of shows that just have one arc in season 2, and that's it. I'm glad that the new season of Rascal isn't that. Call of the Night has been damn solid. I really liked all the stuff that they've been working with, and still, it's just a great show as far as, like, you know, nighttime vibes and cool vampires running around, and some fun light hijinks as well. The night is beautiful in Call of the Night. Goddamn. As a night owl, I appreciate, like, how cool it makes the night look. You know? Dan continues to be peak. No drop in quality there. No drop in interest. It's only been you know, like a half a year since it aired, so the first season aired, so, like, yeah, no time to, like, lose interest, I guess. That's another thing about some of these shows where I'm still, like, in, is like, yeah, no, they haven't, like, been away for that long in some cases. Dr. Stone's Science Future is off to a fantastic start. I feel like this arc is better than the previous arc, and I think it's probably S tier. Seventh Prince got up to an outrageous start, and I'm very curious, like, what more outrageous directions it'll go in, as far as, like, you know, the main character, like, acquiring more and more magical powers that continue to be, like, over-the-top ridiculous, in a way that, like, breaks his world and stuff in a way that is fun and good. that was my anime of the year last year, Seventh Prince. So like, I'll say like season 2 continues to be a hell of a thing. And I think finally the last one here that's a returning is Vending Machine, Vending Isekai, which, I feel like Vending Isekai kind of suffers from the fact that by the end of season 1, it had sort of fallen off a little bit. It had sort of like lost the plot a little bit. Or rather, it found the plot, and the plot it found was like, you know, Isekai slop. In other words, just like, oh, we're going on an adventure. We're going to go fight goblins and whatnot. And it's just like, I feel like this was peak when he was just like selling cups of ramen noodles to fantasy people and not like using his vending machine powers to like fight goblins or whatever. Like, this is, I'm sorry to say, but you're missing what's good about this show. You're missing the central. I feel like it got a little weak by the end. You know, it's still phenomenal. It's like, oh, you know, it started off really high and it sort of started falling off, but not enough to lose an S tier. And now it's like, oh, we're really in the decline now. It's still fine, I guess, but I can't help but feel like, man, I wish it was more like season 1. Like the start of season 1, like the first 75% of season 1, perhaps. Needs more slice of life, you know, shopkeeper. You know, as a vending machine, he's basically a shopkeeper. And the more the anime leans into him as a shopkeeper versus him that can fight monsters and whatever, the better it is. I think that's just true. Let's go into the ice cave. How much stuff is there to do here? Ice cave is one thing. Ice cave is good to get out of the way. It's we should get Banjo's other ability that he gets here. We should get Kazooie's ability here. The glide. No. Scratch that. Fuck that. We need to double back before we do the cave and the glide and stuff. We need to head over and take care of the baby. And the, not the baby. We need to take care of the alien and get him revived so that the alien children are present. At which point, we can do, you know, whole 9. There's an order to these things. We should do things in order. Mumbo, we do have to do 2 trips regardless. So, you know, we have to do the first one to do the first alien and the second one to do the second alien. So, like, whatever we do, we will be doing 2 aliens. Or 2 Mumbo trips. So we don't have to do, you know, Saberwolf now. Well, we might as well do Saberwolf now. I think we can do that until the kid is visible, right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. Boggy, it doesn't matter if its children aren't back yet. We can do everything in Boggy Town, but we need to get the fish first. Need to get the fish. The fish is over on this side. I'm darting around a little bit here and there. I just keep on having like thoughts of like, oh, you know, actually, if I do that first, it might be better. If I do this first, it might be better. Yeah, that's how Tooie goes. A lot of just like, you know, in the moment, thinking like, oh no, let's do that. No, let's do that actually. And it's fun. You know, that's sort of the appeal of it. That's sort of like the min-maxing of it. At least as when you're like, you know, as far gone as I am. When you know this game as well as I do, it's just like, yeah, no, I'm just thinking about where I want to go. What's the best approach, etc. We need to take Banjo. One of the other best uses of pack whack double jump. You double jump these hands. Ah! Cleanly. You can if you're good. I had 1 health. They're not that dangerous. Generally, you can heal before you try such dangerous things if you want to be safe. Pack whack double jump. I recommend it. God damn it! Just die, and then it's faster than finding my way back up there. Third time's the charm. I do need those notes also, so maybe I should just time it out. Except for that one, which has no notes. Alright, there's the next move, and with that I'll be able to get the fish. Get the fish. And a Jinjo. Beautiful. Is anything else coming out this year? I mean, obviously there is. There's a ton coming out this year. Ton from Nintendo. I'm sure like a good amount from other developers, other publishers. I do have to check out the Outer Worlds too when that comes out. I'm excited about that. I really love the Outer Worlds 1. So, like, I think this is gonna be north of Avowed for me. You know, everything they've said has been really promising, and that's, you know, it seems like it's a new setting, which means that, you know, they got a brand new story to tell, which means, like, hey, it's not just gonna be a rehash, or like, oh, hey, welcome back to Spacer's Choice, haha. Isn't it fun? We're back on, the Slurm planet, or whatever the fuck. What was the premise of the... Let's do this later, since this leads to the Icicle Cave. Actually, you know what? We do this one now, and then Icicle Cave we'll do separately. We should go get Mumbo and do Mumbo stuff now. That should be in the cards. I'm not sure what's really exciting me right now. That said, there are games that I want to play, and games that I will definitely be playing on stream. Like, I feel like I've forgotten it sometimes in, like, mentioning stream plans, but I definitely am planning on doing Metal Gear Solid Delta on stream, like, in its entirety as a full playthrough. I've never played any of the Metal Gear games, and I've watched playthroughs of them before, Let's Plays, series where people played them for the first time. Some people played them for the, you know. Drew Scanlon played it for the first time. I've seen Metal Gear Scanlon, in other words, but I've never played it for myself, and I'm very curious considering that, like, 3 is my favorite of them story-wise, so, like, if Delta is as good as I reckon it is, and people say it is, like, yeah, that's gonna be the ideal way to get into that franchise, like, good and proper. And, you know, we'll do that live on stream, and that'll be a bit of fun, I hope. I think that's gonna be good. I think that's gonna be fun. And, certainly... we'll do the entirety live. There's also Metroid Prime. There's also, you know, what the fuck else is out this year? Metroid Prime 4. Kirby Air Ride. They got some games coming out. Nintendo does. Hades 2 is supposed to be this year. When you start looking at some of the indie... Silk Song... When you start looking at some of the indies, you know, it starts getting a little bit packed, you know, it starts getting like, okay, well, you know, we're already talking about Bonanza, an absolute game of the decade type game, but we're also talking about the return of Hades, like the sequel to one of the most game of the years of the last decade, you know, maybe even the previous best game of the decade. I say that, you know, maybe sticklers for, like, what the VGNs say would say, like, wait, no, Last of Us Part 2 was the game of the year that year. And I'll say, like, well, they were wrong. The consensus is wrong there. You should listen to the people who know what they're talking about. Who, you know, most video game outlets that I saw put Hades at the top of their list, and for good reason. Hades was a phenomenon. I do wonder, to a certain degree, with Game of the Year, Game Awards type stuff, if, like, smaller games are at a disadvantage, right? Like, they're drawing from a global market there, right? They're drawing from, like, oh, all across the world. Everyone has a say, which means that, like, yeah, so if Hades, like, didn't have a French translation, let's say, or whatever, you know, maybe less people in France played Hades than, you know, one of the biggest games of the year as far as mainstream releases go. It's like, yeah, I can see how that would be a tough road to hoe. You know, I can see why. I feel like it might be an issue of like global reach, rather than like, oh, you know, if they had played Hades, they surely would have put it on top. Like, come on, no question. I'm just gonna give her the Globo, but I'm pretty sure the other Globo is at the end of the path. That's right, at the end of the path where the alien child is. I need to now get that because I just burned my, I just gave Wumba the Mumbo one. Fortunately, it's very fast to run all the way out there with super speed, with double speed. Yes, yes. I'll say, other than Metal Gear Solid Delta, I have no intent to, like, fully play any of those new releases on stream. You know, I definitely like the way that... I definitely like playing old stuff on stream, primarily. And doing, like the first X hours of a game, you know, on stream, usually. You know, if it's a new thing I'm excited about, just start it out and then continue off stream. That to me is much more my style, much more my speed. I don't want to have to schedule out every time I play a new game. And certainly I wouldn't want to say like, okay, you know, new Zelda, let's go. What? Oh, playing it on Tuesdays? What about Wednesday? What about Thursday? I want to play it on Saturday and Sunday as well. Actually, you know, it's a little bit of a like, well, I just want to play this nonstop until I'm done. So, like, we gotta do accordingly. We're going to annoy Wumbo real fast, and then we're gonna head out and revive some aliens. Tell me we didn't have to like open any ice, right? Like, no, he's just out and about. Yeah, he's just he's just out there. No ice at all. Raw dogging it. The other ones are covered in ice. Some of the other ones are covered in ice. That's, you know, That would be the opposite, not raw dogging it. Regular dogging it in this scenario. Maybe use my super speed makes this one hard. Ah, the worst part is we're gonna have to make this walk twice. By the way, if you're wondering, yes, there's ice physics. A little bit of ice physics here. You slipped just a little bit. I'm flicking the stick and you can see he's still going a little bit. Just a touch. Honestly, it's not much at all. Maybe it'd be barely noticeable if I wasn't already, like, you know, slipping and sliding from the extra speed. He's gonna explain the situation. Let's do the other one. Let's do the other one. The saber wolf. And then we'll return Mumbo to his chair and do more stuff as Bearhead Bird. Ice Ball, Snowball opens the train station, so we're going to have to do that to do the train bullshit. But other than that, we can just sort of, you know, we can wait on the train. Ironically, this is the one level where we don't. Yeah. Ironically, this is the one level where we start with the boss, so like we don't have anything really climactic to go out on to have as the final jiggy. But why not train? Yeah, sure, it can be the train. The train is cool. It's one of the cooler train jiggies. The ice station. Now, where am I going? I'm going to Icicle Grotto. Let's go to Icicle Grotto. We could do that right now. There's nothing stopping us from doing snowball stuff. Why not? Let's do snowball stuff. There's a couple of snowball things. Mostly big buttons to press. There's a Jinjo to get. Jinjo and 2 big buttons is pretty much the size of it. We'll do the fire walk. Fire walk? Is that how I want to describe it? I don't know. We'll do that last. Let's see now. Here's the cave. We can't go in there until we're Banjo and Kazooie. We can activate that. Go to lower area so that we can get the train switch swatched. Oh, come on. Hey, we have rewind. We haven't used rewind this whole stream, but do keep in mind we can if we want to. If ever it's really inconvenient. This does make all N64 games a little more fun to just casually replay. So long as you don't give a fuck about, you know, fair play. And, again, we're cheating here. We're double speed. Sportsmanship is right out. That's already been established. It's fine. We got the Jinjo. Now what we need to do, last thing with the snowball, is go out to here. And we want to go to Fireside Upper. And we make the trip back to the ice side as a big snowball. I remember this being scary as a kid, but as an adult, I realize now that, like, oh, you can just literally roll past the hands. And if you're like rolling attack style, they can't harm you. They don't even, you don't even lose enough damage. You don't even lose enough health to, like, you know, need to, like, re-roll and like gain up some snow. You can just plow right through. Appropriate for a snowball. That's an appropriate thing for a snowball to do, I guess. Yay! That's another Jiggy. That's it for Snowball. Let's hear it for Snowball. Yay, Snowball. Snowball is a good transformation. Wait, was the Jinjo that we missed in the last level the one where you have to go in through Jolly Roger's Lagoon? Oh fuck, we didn't do the Jolly Roger's Lagoon one in the secret area last time. That'll be it, yeah. I'll make a reminder for next week. Remind me next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Remember, Jolly Roger's Lagoon, secret exit to Grunty for a Jiggy, or for a Jinjo. How did it get Atlantis? Remember Jolly Roger's Lagoon, parentheses, Atlantis? I didn't say that. But it's close enough. That's close enough, man, actually. Did it, like, get from context that, you know, I was talking about a world from Banjo-Tooie, and it knew, that Atlantis is part of Jolly Roger's Lagoon? I don't know. Sometimes the voice recognition isn't very smart. And, other times, I don't know how to say the words I'm saying. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I don't need to warp here. I need to go become small and then become a bear and a bird. What else is good? What else is like what else, thinking. What are we doing next? Let's do some alien stuff, why not? We can get this one free of ice now. We can also free the other one of ice. Let's just work our way into like a semicircle around here, and then we'll make our way to the Icicle Grotto, in which we will get the Glide. One of the best moves in the game that you get like way late into the game, such that you can't really use it that much. Here's the next baby. Next up, let's go through here, and we will need to become Banjo, and actually we can do this as we can unfreeze this guy first with oh right, you need to. Did I not use Mumbo to revive him? I guess I forgot to bring Mumbo out that way. Okay, well, you know, we do have to take that second trip anyway, so that's just as well. That's fine. You know what? That's fine. We relax. It's all good. I need to kill this ice cube to get that Jinjo. We'll meet George later. Next stream. we did chide a character for talking of murder casually earlier this stream, and then we go ahead and just kill an ice cube without even thinking about it. It's fine, it's good, it's funny. Maybe they reform eventually. It's, you know, fine either way. Banjo has killed a lot of ice cubes in the past, for what it's worth. They were enemies in the first game, and you would just kill them. Feed a fish, get a jiggy, there we go. I think Icicle Grotto is our next stop. Though we could also get the one that's in Grunty's, get the one that's in Grunty's, Industries. Grunty Industries. I always appreciated in, this game how different the ice world was from, the ice world in the first game. You know, the ice world in the first game is basically a collage of, like, everything you can think of related to Christmas. You know, it's jolly, it's cozy, it has all the warmth of a, like... Where are we going? We need, head upwards, head upwards. It has all the warmth of, like, a Christmas time celebratory bullshit. Right? It has all that warmth that you associate with the holiday season. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, Hailfire Peaks is cold, it's bitter, it's glacial. It's a bunch of glaciers. There's weird icicle grottos. There's, you know, a little bit of oil mining going on. It's not a very hospitable place. And I really like the contrast of, you know, the warm and inviting, like, Freeze-Easy Peak versus the... Bah. Versus, like, the cruelty of Hailfire Peaks, the like, standoffishness. It's also just beautiful in its own way, you know, with its green icebergs and, like, industrial vibes. And the Mayan, the like, Roman lava mountain is really cool as well, also, on the other side. It having two sides is also a big part of why it rules. Upper area, split up, pipeline, then icicle grotto. How we doing as far as completion goes? We've gotten half of the jiggies and all but one of the Jinjos. A bunch of those are in the icicle grotto. We'll be sorting those out pretty quick now. Feel like the end of the stream is coming up, and you know, I'll say, did we open Cloud Cuckoo Land? Yes, we did. We opened Cloud Cuckoo Land. Let's head over there as, like, the last thing that we do, and we'll pick up next stream, like, just right outside of Cloud Cuckoo Land, and you know, start out the next stream with literally the one part of the game that you can do in one go without any sort of, like, backtracking necessary. You know, we will 100% Cloud Cuckoo Land, and that is a promise. And we'll do it quick, too. And then we'll backtrack, and then we'll finish the game. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a good goddamn plan to me. I don't really have anything more to talk about. I feel like I've talked about everything I can think of. Well, that's not true. I ordered an analog, You know the Analog 64, Analog 3D, whatever it's called? I ordered the controller for one of those because I like the look of the controller, and I don't need an N64. I don't need a new N64, you know, I don't do physical, honestly, so, like, I'm not really looking for that. I don't collect, retro games in that way. So, like, that's fine and all. But, like, I want the controller because it's a PC controller that you can use to play N64 games real good. That's arriving on Thursday. And, like, maybe it'd be a good idea to do something with it. Maybe a good idea to do, like, some sort of N64 something with that controller. I mean, I'll say, like, the obvious thing is, like, well, I already have the controller for the Switch. And I already have, like, you know... I don't need to use that for the Nintendo Switch. But... it is, and this is, like, the main reason I bought it, gonna be great for randomizers, like Paper Mario Randomizer, DK64 Randomizer, any Zelda Randomizer. Like, it is going to be ideal for all of those, and, maybe it'd be cool to do some sort of randomizer. I don't know. Would that be cool? Would y'all be into that? Would it be even a good time to do it? Like, a week and a half before, like, thing? I am planning on doing, like, a whole elaborate, like, randomizer business. Like, once I'm done with, these rare games. I've been replaying rare games for, like, the last... since the start of the year, pretty much. And I'm nearly done with all those, so, with this one being one of the last ones to do. It was a mystery game for a while. It was not revealed until it happened. Because I've done it on stream before and be too, well, I feel like the twist is what really makes this playthrough, so I didn't want to reveal that until it was time to go. Until it was time. What could I do with that new N64 controller, but not on an actual, on a Switch 2? Well, there are games that aren't on Nintendo's 64 Classics collection, such as, to name a few, there's, Space Station Silicon Valley. There's, like, a couple of more obscure platformers. Obscure slash, not the most well-regarded, like Rocket Robot on Wheels and Glover, both of which I've already done on stream as full playthroughs, so, you know, those are kind of out. Also, I just played through, I just did a playthrough of, Rocket Robot on Wheels on my Retroid, so that's out. I feel like it would have to be some sort of randomizer. But which one? A quick DK64 randomizer? A slightly less quick, a variable length, Paper Mario Randomizer? It's been a while since I did Paper Mario Randomizer, and I love Paper Mario Randomizer. Could go for Paper Mario Randomizer. Or one of the Zeldas, which is always fun. The Zelda games are always a good randomizer. I need to talk to this fella before I can lay. Okay, here's your egg lay. Yeah, you do that. Perfect. That's another one in the books. Another mission, objective, etc. I can't get back up there, but I can fall to my death, and that'll take me back to, I can fall to my death and then get hit by a Yeti, and that'll take me back to the cave, back to Banjo. Perfect. Okay. I could go for some Paper Mario Randomizer, but As much as I say, like, you know, I haven't done it in a while, I've also done it a lot. Would it do to just do Paper Mario Randomizer without any sort of twist? Maybe it'd be fine. I do feel like, you know, doing a randomizer. I feel like I haven't done that many randomizers since, like, the maintenance of VODs started being more of a thing that I was concerned with, right? Because a lot of the time I'm doing randomizers, like, multiple times, right? Like, if I did a Paper Mario randomizer right now, what would it be called? Like, oh, Paper Mario randomizer for the umpteenth time. You know, like, that's not really a concept. That's not really a distinct VOD, you know? And I do viewer levels every week, Mario Maker 2 viewer levels every week, but I always give it a name. You know, I've never named a randomizer run other than strictly based on what happens in it. Strictly based on, like, what the setup was. It'd be weird to do otherwise. Where are we at right now? Aliens. Let's finish Aliens. Coliseum, Train, Aliens, and Saberman. Okay. 2 of those we need to get Mumbo's help on. So that's next, is get Mumbo back out in action. Do his bullshit. And then, we'll look to end on Train, I guess. I don't think have I hit the switch for the other train? I need to hit this. We haven't been to the train station, that's the problem. It's 12:40, going about 5 hours. That's about what we went last time. I'm glad. I think I've planned this out properly. 3 worlds, 3 late game worlds are just right for a full playthrough stream thingy. I'll say, like, maybe could have done 2 and 2 and 2. 3 last week, 2 this week, and another 2 next week, I guess. But again, I got places to be in 2 weeks, so gotta, like, you know, what's the word? Time box it. Have to, like, plan this out with regard to, like, okay, I'm not gonna be in town. I'm going to be riding Stardust Racers and all that at the Epic Universe. Man, I'm excited for Epic Universe, but it's gonna be, you know, I only got 2 days there. So, like, man, like, I've heard it's busy, you know? I know it's busy, so, like, am I going to be able to ride both sides of Stardust Racers every day? Starfall Racers? I'm not sure which one it is. I know that it was one and then they changed it to the other due to copyright. I don't know. I wonder, should I get Express? Should I get Express one day? Should I get Express first day? Will it be that busy? Would it be the best idea just to, like, you know, help me knock things out? Is Express better for the first day, so I get more stuff in and sort of do, you know, a complete everything? Or would Express be better on the second day, where, like, okay, like, it's time to just, you know, hit up favorites, and maybe skip, like, say, for example, Yoshi's Stupid Bullshit, and maybe Mario Kart as well. I rode Mario Kart in Japan. You know, I know what it's like. I have a feeling that, like, you know, given priorities, I'll probably not want to sit in line, in an hour-long line to ride Mario Kart. Again, that seems like it might be a bad waste of time. And if there's more than a 10-minute wait for Yoshi's, like, that is a bad waste of time. Yoshi's is alright, but it's a people mover. It's a, you know, it's a ride for little kids. And you're out in the sun baking. It's not, you know, it's hot there. Just like puttering around in the Orlando sun doesn't seem like a good idea. It's really well decorated for what it's worth. And the view of Nintendo Land is fantastic up there. But it is definitely not the ideal. It is definitely a ride that you ride and go like, okay, I don't need to ride that again. Like Cat in the Hat. Am I don't know, maybe a lot of people like the Cat in the Hat and you know, would actually say like, no, I ride that every time I go to Universal. I don't. I've ridden it like once or twice. Also, it's worth noting the Cat in the Hat has fallen off. Cat in the Hat is not as good as it once was. For what it is worth, it's like Flight of the Hippogriff, right? You go through the line once, and you go like, why the fuck did I go through that line? That line was way too long for what is pretty much just a tiny little mid-kids ride. You know, a kiddie coaster without any sort of like, you know, without anything to really elevate it. You know, like in the way that, you know, the other rides at the park, the other attractions, they're elevated a fair bit. We'll end on Saberman, I guess, at this rate, considering we're in the train area already, and just gotta. We did see Gobi, right? Gobi's up there, waiting for the train to appear. He's good to go, right? Yeah, he's just waiting. Train switches somewhere else. It's one of these other little buildings. Let's find it real fast. And yeah, we're approaching the end pretty fast here. We're approaching the end of the stream. I'm so sick of respawning at this terrible respawn point. I should leave and re-exit out the main entry so I get a better respawn. I'm excited. I'm nervous, and like, you know, for the 3 days where I won't be at Epic Universe because that's how they sell their tickets. You know, this many these parks, this many that park. You know, for those other days, I'm going to try to just relax a little bit more. I'm gonna go to the water park and like do the water stuff, and then maybe like you know, lounge around a little bit more than I otherwise would, because I've seen those parks plenty. You know, I will ride Rip Ride Rocket one last time. That is for sure. That's goes without saying. But when I'm done with that, it's gonna be like, yeah, no, it's just it'll be a little bit chill. Reset our entry point by entering and re-entering. Let's go. Thinking. No, we never went this way. This is a whole place that has some extra notes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's 100. We were at 50 before, 650 before we came in. That's all the notes in this world. Excellent. Where the fuck is it? Is it in this building with the guy who spits? No. Right? There's the signs over there. There's this whole business. None of this is the train switch. Trying to remember where the goddamn train switch is. On the train station, that'd be too easy. Oh right, it's like up above. It's up above the whole thing. I need to go get my my flying on. Can I just Wonder Wing over there? That works. This works. Okay, get this switch. Get the train in. And then we just have to escort Saberman back, and we will be done with everything that doesn't involve backtracking, such as the Stonies, the Stony Golf, Stony Soccer, whatever the fuck. I'm tired. I'm not in the mood for Stony Soccer tonight. We'll do it next time. We'll do everything else that next time. I mean, I'll say, like, we're at 63. We're about to get 65. That is most of the jiggies in the game. That is 2/3. That is a little over 2/3, I think. Where the hell am I going? I need to get to the train station. Warp to upper, and then go from there. Okay. Get the train in here. And then I don't care. I need to fly at that point, so I might as well eat it. Yes. Pick me up. Oh. Once I finish this trip, also, I'll say, by the way, as a little heads up, after I finish this trip, I'm going to have some changes. You know, I mentioned before that, like, yeah, after I finish this trip, it's going to be time to start really seriously thinking about... Also, I didn't talk about, I will spend a day at Disney. My plan is to do Hollywood Studios in the morning, Epcot in the evening, and maybe stop by Magic Kingdom for, like, its one new ride and maybe Tron. I didn't go on Tatiana that last time I was there, like, ages ago. I'm gonna go with the cousins. It's gonna be fun. And it's gonna be nice to see them, and we're gonna have the French food at the French Epcot area. I will say that when I get back soon after, my office is unfortunately finally going back to a fully in-office bullshit. It sucks. I loved hybrid. Hybrid was, you know, perhaps like the best work-life balance I've ever had, so far as, like, I still see people and go to the office, but not every day. Some days I just, like, you know, get my laptop out, sit on the couch, and, like, code in comfort, and it's good, and comfortable, and fun, and, like, you know, nice. That's gonna change, like, late into this month, sometime after I get back. Maybe, like, immediately, I'm not sure, like, how that works out, but, like, shit is a-changin'. And, let's go lower and then go, get the... We can take the shortcut through Saber Wolf. Yep. Wow, that was, I nearly died there. I had 1 health. How about that? it would have been a mild inconvenience considering I would have respawned like 10 feet away. But still was a hell of a save. I gotta say. Hell of a save. Good thing I wasn't like killed immediately right after getting to the other side. That would have been very silly if it had happened like that. But nope, we're good. Nothing can stop us now. Let's be very careful as we walk this way and step on this you know, goat. This camel. Goat, what the fuck? Hell yeah. So I'll say, I have never been fully in office since I've become a streamer, like 3 years ago, you know. Three going on 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. You know, when I started, I was full remote at the previous gig. And now, like, I've been hybrid for the last 1.5 years, and it's been great. And now I'm going to be going back to just, you know, arriving home every night before the stream, going to work the next day, like, you know, in the morning and all that. Kind of inconvenient for the purposes of VODs and other sorts of things. I will say, I've recently moved to more doing the VODs like the night of, before I go to sleep, which does mean that I don't have to worry about them in the morning so much. It does mean that also I stay up a little later maybe, but who's counting, right? I stay up late anyway, for what it is worth. But I'll say, like, as far as schedule type changes might go, I originally shifted from a 3-day-a-week schedule to a 2-day-a-week schedule when I went from from full remote to hybrid when I got the new job. Currently, I see no reason to drop the number of days per week that I stream. I still want to do 2. I want to do a variety stream on, you know, Tuesdays, or a playthrough or something of that nature like you're getting tonight. I still want to do the viewer levels on Fridays. That has not changed. I will say that Tuesday and Friday were both picked as the days for it, due to the fact that I had, you know, work from home days on Wednesday and Friday, so it's easy to roll off work and immediately stream on a Friday afternoon, you know? Meanwhile, it is... Let's go to Hailfire Peaks Lava Side. Meanwhile, it's easy to say, like, okay, if I go late on a Tuesday, it's not gonna be a problem because Wednesday, you know, I can take a nap during lunchtime or something of the sort. You know, I don't have to go nowhere, and I can, like, use my breaks to rest a little bit and make up for it if I really, really need to. Not that I've been doing that much recently. Recently, naps more in the afternoon. And I'll say, considering that and other things, like, yeah, I think right now the transition is going to be fine. But maybe might want to return to a Monday-Friday schedule. And hell, man, if I do Monday-Friday, I'll be feeling a lot better about slipping the occasional Thursday stream in. If a Thursday stream means, like, I still get 2 days off between streams, then that would be, that'd be like just what the doctor ordered, you know? That'd be ideal, and that is what it would mean if I was doing, like, if I was doing Monday, Friday. I think Thursday streams were a lot easier to do back when I was doing Monday, Friday, regardless of hybrid, remotes, full in office, whatever. But I won't lie to you, I do think it's gonna be harder. I do wonder about the Friday streams in particular. I will have to, you know, very specifically always be out the door you know, home by like 4 or 5 if I want to do the Friday streams as they've been going before, which is possible. That's not out of the question, I'll say. My place is pretty cool about, you know, pretty much at my current office, everyone leaves a little bit early to beat rush hour traffic, so like, you know, I will be getting home like at a decent time. And I think with how it's been so far, assuming things continue at the rate they've been doing, I think I'll be able to continue maybe 6 o'clock Friday streams. But also, we'll see, we'll try it, and maybe it might go to 7 o'clock or something, or 6:30, or hell, like worst case, it could go 8 like the Tuesday streams are currently, which are on a work from office day, so, you know, it's sort of see like the... I like to give myself time before a Tuesday stream to get home, relax, eat dinner, all that. And, oh fuck, he needs fire. I forgot about fire. Okay, crap. Let me go get Kazooie over here. I brought Kazooie here because I thought, like, oh, we can leave right away after we get him back. But, we can't do that anymore. It's fine. Let's warm him up, and then we will, escort him back. Yay, he's all good to go. I do think it's sad. Currently, I have no plans to, like, you know, try the job market out again. I am happy, and, you know, I have pretty good work-life balance. That sudden mandate from the top aside, things are going pretty good work-wise. I'm pretty happy, and, you know, certainly I've been able to do my stream in the evenings, like, pretty much, no big deal, no problem at all. You know, time-wise, I have the time I need. It's gonna be more difficult fully in office, but, like, you know, part of me does wonder, like, what if? You know, part of me does wonder, like, yeah, what if I had given it a shot, like, years before the pandemic? What if I had started this thing up, like, you know, years before, when I was at my previous gig? Would it have been as hard? Would it really have been a strain? I mean, I'll say my previous job, I definitely didn't get home early. So, you know, no one was beating traffic at my previous job. I guess the other thing was, you know, now we can log in from home very easily. So, like, part of the deal with beating traffic is like, okay, you know, you get home and then you can continue doing stuff, you know, as needed. You know, it was different then because you were doing all your stuff in office versus, you know, here, you know, it's always been a mix of, that's always been an option. It's gonna be different. I don't know. We'll see what happens. This is a familiar thing that happened. Anyway, say no more. I'll say no more on that. But it reminds me of something from another game. Anywho, this Saberman being on ice for who knows how long since the last game he was in. Literally frozen. The fun thing to do, plot-wise. The last Hailfire Peaks thing. What is the last Hailfire Peaks thing? Backtracking, right? Oh, it's the Mayan football. We haven't done Mayan football. We're also short 1 honeycomb. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm ready to end the stream and go. That's a wrap. That's it. Let me grab this Jinjo and let me grab this Jinjo and then we will you know, I'm gonna go to the Cloud Cuckoo Land and just we'll look at the bubble real fast whilst I sign off. We're mostly done with the game. Alright. Shit, that was a stream. It is, just past 1 o'clock. Perfect. Nice. Just over 5 hours. About in line with, last week's stream. That's about perfect. Ooh. Well, folks, that's been a stream. That's been, the middle chunk of Banjo-Tooie. Let's just have a look at these totals here and see what we're missing. We got, like, a bunch of Jinjos to get. Some of them in Isle of Hags. We gotta get a Jinjo from Spiral Mountain. Remember that. There's a Spiral Mountain Jinjo. Remind me, next Tuesday at 7 p.m., Spiral Mountain Jinjo. Ginger, close enough. There's 1 Jiggy for Mayhem, that's just the stony stuff. There's 2 Jiggies for Glitter Gulch, one of those is stony related. The other one is, shit, what was the other one that we didn't get? The waterfall with the springs. Witchy World just has 1. Let's count. Let's do a running count rather than remembering what these are. 1. 3. 4. 5, 6. 7, 8. 9, 10. 11. There's 11 backtrack Jiggies to get, plus some notes, plus some honeycombs, plus some Jinjos. And also a whole nother world, so we got like 20 Jiggies to collect next time. Roughly 25. A couple of those are the, you know... We got like 21 individual Jiggies, plus like 4 Jinjo families. That's a lot less than we had to do this time. The last 2 streams where I think we had averaged like 30 each. That said, like, you know, we are backtracking, so this might be a little more time consuming. That said, it is basically loose ends, so that'll be fun. That'll be next week. Let's go ahead and call it a night. Let's go ahead and send people somewhere. Let's go ahead and say, like, what's going on? What's going on, next week. This week and next week are the normal weeks. After that, I will be going to Epic Universe. Also, the month is about to end, so I'm gonna have to maybe update this calendar to have September. I have no September plans right now, so I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make sense to have this calendar continue to grow and continue to do the calendar gimmick into a month that has basically nothing in particular as far as big streams, big plans, etc. Just sort of normal schedule stuff. That said, like, hey, you know, for this week and next week, it's Banjo-Tooie on Tuesday. The finale of that is next week. If you're looking for more of that, next Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central, we'll be finishing it off. We'll be backtracking. We'll be doing Cloud Cuckoo Land, and we'll be doing the final boss and all that. You know, Tower of Tragedy, Trivia what the fuck is that called? Tower of Tragedy? It's Tower of Tragedy, right? Doesn't really have a trivia type pun to it, I guess. Doesn't have to. It's good. It's cool. Furnace Fun was the previous one. after that, there will be Mario. There's also before and after that, there will be one stream and another stream of Mario Maker 2 this Friday and next Friday. So look forward to that if you're into Mario Maker 2. If you like viewer levels, that's kind of my main thing. So it's something we've done many times before, and we will do it next time as well. That'll be fun. And then there'll be a vacation, and then I don't know, like a week or so later, Labor Day, which will have Labor Day weekend will have a Mario Galaxy 1+2 stream in it. We're coming up on that, so that's cool. Let me see who I can send you to, who is cool. There's some people streaming. I'm gonna go with, I'm gonna send you to I'm Glower, who is playing Elmo, speedrunning an Elmo game on the N64 for fun as a goofy thing. He usually does Paper Mario. That's his main gimmick. That's his main stream game, but sure, why not? I'll send you there. That's fine. Thanks for joining me, for hanging out, for watching, chatting, whatever you got up to. I appreciated it. I will see y'all on Friday for viewer levels, and then on Tuesday for the finale of this here thing of Banjo-Tooie, but with this double speed gimmick, with the Super Banjo gimmick. I'll see you then. I'm looking forward to finishing this off next week. I'm looking forward to another vacation, and I'm looking forward to one day getting a house. I'm looking forward to many things. Y'all can, whenever y'all want to drop by and say hello, go ahead. Give your love to the VOD. Shorts also, are cool too, if you like those. And, see you on Friday for viewer levels, and next week for the finale of this. Bye, folks!